JustinFREAKIN, the formidable voice in the culture.
Hey Justin, are you trolling?
帅！
Come on, man.
This is the Troll Patrol, live with JustinFREAKIN.
Wow, I look like shit, don't I? Look like I've been crying or something. Welcome to the Troll Patrol live. It's a friggin' Tuesday. What's going on, fuckers? Hey, Papa Freakin just sweared. Warlord, what do you think about that? Holiday, Warlord, welcome in. Good evening. I had a very refreshing blue raspberry slush, but I feel like I don't have refreshing blue raspberry slush anymore. I feel like it's all ice. Oh, fuck. Fuck. I don't even think I can do it. Oh, I can. Like, I don't even think I can do it on this screen. Zon, welcome in. Fuck you, bitch. Sports cards. I'm wearing pants today. What the fuck I got reset for? God damn it. Apparently it worked, Flash. I don't know. We're gonna find out here in a second. I seriously don't know. I've been out. No. Apparently we have a I mean, I know. But apparently we have a For those of you who don't know, as we were coming on the air last night, Trump proclaimed we had a ceasefire. We found out Iran did not agree to a ceasefire. Israel, I don't even know if they agreed or what. Like, Netanyahu made a statement right before they sent a bunch of bombs. So, like, if you were still up about 2 or 3 in the morning when the ceasefire took effect, like I was, Biz, welcome in. Then you're aware that just as soon as Netanyahu announced that they had accepted the ceasefire, they dropped a whole shit ton of bombs. God damn it. They've dropped a whole bunch of bombs on Iran. So, we're technically coming on in the same exact place that we were last night. Supposedly a ceasefire. I can't even get it out. I have like an addendum to the normal show I had prepared because of what had happened since I got back from being out in the real world. My lord, welcome in. Somebody was asking about you the other night. Hope you're doing well, my friend. I'm not high enough for this shit. That's what I said. I figured you were still in the moving process. Holiday until you good evening. Welcome in. We've got all kinds of news to talk about that's not Iran. Oh, God. A huge battle took place in the House Judiciary Committee over anti-Semitism. AOC went after RFK. That's going to be fun to watch. Got all kinds of immigration stories we're going to update you about. A Marine vet's wife has been detained. A Marine vet's father has been detained. These are 2 different stories, by the way. 2 different stories, 2 completely different circumstances. One seems to be creating some outrage. Representative Ted Lieu talking about the Marine vet's father being violently detained. I believe we have video of that. Remember the judge that the Trump administration had arrested a couple months back? Her trial has been halted indefinitely. We're going to get the scoop on that. Alligator Alcatraz set to open in just a few days. Now, tell me we're not living in a fascist country when we're opening up a new immigration detainment center called Alligator Alcatraz. The Utah judge facing calls from both the left and the right to resign. Classic Florida. DJ Dub, Samson, detain me, daddy. Welcome in, my friend. All the cool people are here tonight. Oh, by the way, I didn't even realize it until last night. I'm gonna drop it in the chat here. I have a Pride Month playlist, And I was like, fuck, I should be listening to my Pride. It's like almost over. I just remembered I got a Pride Month playlist. I put it up. That's what Curious and I were listening to. And she's like, wow, that's really gay. And I was like, well, thank you. And she's like, well, I was complimenting you. Yeah. I was like, that's exactly what I was going for. Very, very gay. I started with songs about being gay, but I only got about maybe 40. Gay, bi, experimenting. Not a lot. Then I expanded to artists I knew that were, very gay. Focusing specifically on, more upbeat dance songs, not necessarily gay artists that have made like sad songs. I debated Come to My Window, and I was like, nah, it's not upbeat. It's not happy enough for me. So that's, you can see how I went through my thought process here. Then I expanded it out. I'm like, well, what are the gay anthems, even if it's not a gay artist? And when choosing gay artists, I tried to pick like the gayest song. So like George Michael, it's Wake Me Up Before You Go. Ah, shit. Fuck. I am never going to make it through this 10 minutes. I wish I had more or blue raspberry slush. I wish I had more blue raspberry slush. It was so good on this hot day. What was I? Oh, I need to give you guys a meme. Oh, here. You're gonna love this. You're gonna love this. Do you remember the guy that came in to the chat last night? You remember the transphobe that came in here? Oh, Relax is totally on the playlist. You think Relax wasn't on that playlist? This is the guy that was in here last night. Being a transphobe in my chat. Apparently the Liver King is on his way to fight and/or kill Joe Rogan. I would watch that. Byronic. Darling, welcome in. So nice to see you. Fire Resist. That sounded so, Byronic, that wasn't sarcastic. It sounded sarcastic. I was doing the radio voice and everything. I mean it, right? Yo, you gave me the Sam face. Dougie. I was not expecting Liver King Joe Rogan drama. I was expecting all you people be talking about Ethan Klein and Taylor Lorenz. And once again, I only slightly know what's going on. But it seems like Taylor Lorenz is in the right, which most of the time she seems to be. I don't know that much about her, but like what little, and I know she's probably kind of lib for you people. I know my audience. Samson Me Too. I never want to hear that name again. Oh man, I was able to get a good drink out of that. It was so I guess we should start with Iran. We started with the transphobe from last night. I guess we should start with the latest. That's your meme for the day. I'm not even gonna give you a real meme. Just that dude's face. Michael something or other, I think it was. Much like last night, we are coming on. Well, you know what? The last, 4 nights I've been like, I'm out. I can't. Let's light one up, tip one back. You had to know. You had to know. If I went out in the real world, I went to the weed store. That's kind of been the issue. I just didn't want to go outside. Mary Molly, welcome in. You got here just in time. Do you want to light one up, tip one back with me? I believe you're more of a beverage oriented consumer, so we can toast your beverage to my bong. Oh shit! Have you never tried weed? You said try. Have you never tried weed? Because if you're wanting to do it, please smoke it on stream with me. We'll make an event out of it. That would be so fun. I love corrupting the youth. Also, welcome in. Holiday, are you still here? Can you shout out Mary Molly? Okay, fair enough. And it's possible, like, if you only tried it, maybe you did it a couple times, you might not have even really got high. We don't know that you didn't get some swag. You didn't get some swag. But it's good to see you. Did you say you were moving? It seems like a lot of streamers are moving. We raided into Ollie Problemless last night, and she was packing up to move. And then I hopped in with Andrew Shaman later on in the night. And I was like, hey man, this is the first time I've seen you since, you got moved in and you got your setup back up. You were streaming, but you didn't have all your, because Andrew Shaman's setup is wild. He's got like green screen and stuff. You moved from Wisconsin to Arizona. Oh, wow. That is a shock. That is a completely different culture, a completely different climate. How are you enjoying it? I'm interested. But Ronnie says, I'm so sorry. Yeah, everybody I know is moving out of Arizona. But I hopped in with Andrew Shaman, and I was like, oh, you got your stuff back up. It was good to see you. And he's like, I'm moving again. Oh, I believe the weather service. I meant to check this out, but I didn't have a lot of time to prepare. I think the weather service shared out how to bake a lasagna in your mailbox. We're at that stage of capitalism. I bet the winter is really nice. Well, you have 70-degree days. Oh yeah. Oh, you're used to winters and like the harsh winters almost up there in the great frozen tundra. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm rambling. We need to get to the news. Apparently big news tonight. Oh my, even another big fuck. I totally didn't make it through the 10 minutes, did I? Trump says a ceasefire is in effect, but we went through this last night, and just as soon as the ceasefire went into effect, Israel broke it, Iran might have broke it. So
President Trump says
those wait and see kind of things.
Regime change in Iran because of the chaos it would entail. Welcome back to CBS News Detroit at 5. I'm Shayna Humphreys.
And I'm Veronica Ortega. The president made the comments on his way to the NATO summit as he announced a fragile ceasefire between Iran and Israel is back in effect.
Erica Brown joins us live from Capitol Hill, where intelligence briefings on Iran were abruptly postponed. Erica.
Well, Shayna and Veronica, as President Trump now switches gears to that high-stakes NATO summit in Europe, earlier today he was visibly frustrated, slamming both Israel and Iran for recent military movements that put that fragile ceasefire to the test just hours after it took effect.
I love her earrings.
Mr. President, please. President Trump arrived in the Netherlands Tuesday for the NATO summit. En route, he announced that the ceasefire between Israel and Iran is back on track after a phone call with Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
There was going to be a retaliation this morning.
The turnaround comes hours after the
I
president,
don't believe it.
frustrated, used profanity as he lashed out at both sides, claiming they violated the ceasefire he announced just the night before.
We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the they're doing. Do you understand that?
Ahead of his arrival in Europe,
Oh, you know I got the uncensored
the
version.
president posted a screenshot of a message from NATO's Secretary General congratulating him for
That might be a new. Oh my God. 5 years of the Troll Patrol. I have avoided actually putting a Trump drop on my board. That might be the one. He might have finally won me over to where because we got Biden, we got Harris. You know, I don't have a Trump.
Come on, man.
Other than the one about Trump dying of COVID, we had that one for a little bit. No, I think I want that. That's gonna be a new drop. We had Harris.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
I can do it, DJ Dub. I can make it work. It's mine now. Oh my God. I love it. I sat down today to fix up the Shut Up Lester and change it to Shut Up Llama. And I had a couple different ideas, but then Curiouser messaged me and, you know, maybe I messaged her and asked for bags. I was like, next time you come over, bring me bags. Because, like, I ordered groceries and they always tie my bags in knots, so I can't use my bags to take out, you know, the cat litter. Oh, anyway, Iran ceasefire, but we don't believe it. She looks marvelous in that yellow dress. Is that Macron's wife? Is that his? No, I mean, is that the one that's like older than him? Like she was his teacher or something? Or is this all world, like Trump don't have Melania? That's like the prime minister of Norway. Or yeah, those are all world leaders. Nobody's wife is in that picture. Also, like, really bad shot of Macron there, right?
NATO's Secretary General congratulating him for decisive action in Iran.
Sweden has a
dared to do.
Female prime minister or something.
Classified a briefing on Iran that was expected for House members today.
One of those Nordic countries.
And we're told the Senate briefing has been pushed to Thursday so the Secretary of State and the Secretary of Defense can participate.
This last-minute postponement of our briefing is outrageous, it's evasive, it's derelict.
Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer slammed
derelict.
There is a legal obligation for the administration to inform Congress about precisely what is happening. What are they afraid of?
In a sign that the ceasefire agreement between Israel and Iran could be sustainable, Israel prepared to fully reopen its main airport.
And CBS News has just learned from sources that an early intelligence assessment says that
shut up, Chuck.
Nuclear program has only been pushed back by
Denmark. Thank you, Libertad.
By those U.S. strikes over the weekend, and that the facilities were not obliterated. But the White House is pushing back, calling that assessment flat out wrong, saying it seeks to demean the president and discredit the service members who carried out the mission. Shayna, Veronica.
All right, Erica, thank you for that live report.
Excellent reporting. That actually, I was going to talk about the postponement of the briefing. I can do away with that now. You wanna hear the full thing, the full clip? That was one of the things I was talking about with Curious, or like I used to like Trump. And she's like, I always thought he was disgusting. I was like, well, I always thought he was disgusting, but he was entertaining. Like he would go on talk shows and shit. And he would like get made fun of, like Dave said. We made fun of his stupid hair.
Agreement and the ceasefire agreement. Do you believe that Iran is
Yeah, I do. They violated it, but Israel violated it too.
Are you questioning
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I've never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because the one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
He knew what he's doing. He leaned in. He said it forcefully. I mean, I'm not opposed to a president saying an F-bomb. I love it. Into it. I encourage profanity. Oh, fuck. I'm never going to make it through this one.
The truce between Israel and Iran appears to be holding for now, hours after President Trump accused both sides of violating the fragile ceasefire that he announced overnight. As he set off for the NATO summit this morning, the president swore in front of reporters as his frustration, particularly at Israel, boiled over. You'll hear in full what he had to say in a moment. Tonight, Donald Trump has been warmly welcomed in The Hague, where NATO leaders have sat down to dinner at the start of the two-day summit on defence. It comes, though, as questions are now being raised in the United States about just how successful the American airstrikes were on Iran's nuclear facilities. Here's our North America editor, Sarah Smith.
Israel launched a barrage of airstrikes on Tehran as the ceasefire deadline approached, also striking Iranian missile launchers in a last-minute, all-out assault. Donald Trump was furious with both Iran and particularly Israel for not respecting the deal.
I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them.
Big load.
I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because the one rocket that didn't land, that was shot.
We often see President Trump exasperated, but never actually swearing like this.
You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing.
I've heard him say fuck before.
Understand?
God damn it!
Pushed him too far this time. Just when he's on his way to take a victory lap at a NATO summit in The Hague, but only if the truce holds. He posted on social media, Israel, do not drop those bombs. If you do, it's a major violation. Bring your pilots home now. Then from onboard Air Force One, in a call to the Israeli Prime Minister, which the White House described as exceptionally firm and direct, Trump demanded he stick to the ceasefire. And then posted again saying, Israel is not going to attack Iran. All planes will turn around and head home while doing a friendly plane wave to Iran. Nobody will be hurt. The ceasefire is in effect.
A plane wave.
It's great to be with a friend of mine.
The NATO Secretary General.
Got here just in time, Avalon.
Donald Trump in The Hague tonight. They get on well.
He's full of sound bites today.
Very surprised to find the text messages he sent praising the.
Well, that was a quote. It was a tweet.
He wrote, Mr. President, dear Donald, congratulations and thank you for your decisive action in Iran. That was truly extraordinary, something no one else dared to do. It makes us all safer.
About aggression by
On Air Force One, Mr. Trump is already talking about his desire to agree a ceasefire in Ukraine.
You know, I'd like to see a deal with Russia. As you know, Vladimir called me up. He said, can I help you with Iran? I said, no, I don't need help with Iran. I need help with you.
Donald Trump loves a grand VIP welcome, arriving at the Royal Palace.
Avalon, that was my thought process on it. The NATO Secretary General was kissing up to Trump. I just assumed that we're going to this meeting. He's got things he wants out of Trump. How do you get things out of Trump? You kiss up to him.
That was truly extraordinary, something no one else dared to do. It makes us all safer.
And it sounds almost patronizing, like you would like a little kid. That was truly extraordinary, something no one else dared to do.
about aggression by
On Air Force One, Mr. Trump is already talking about his desire to agree a ceasefire in Ukraine.
You know, I'd like to see a deal with Russia. As you know, Vladimir called me up. He said, can I help you with Iran? I said, no, I don't need help with Iran. I need help with you.
But he may actually believe that bombing Iran was a good thing.
VIP welcome, arriving at the Royal Palace in The Hague, where he's meeting other NATO
That's
leaders
probably very likely.
about spending more on their own defense.
Clovis, welcome in.
Ukraine, and what he considers to be his crowning achievement in the Middle East. It's being reported here in America tonight that those American airstrikes on Iran might not have done as much damage to their nuclear facilities as Donald Trump claimed when he said they had been completely obliterated. An early Defense Department assessment that's been leaked says that the core components of Iran's nuclear...
A Defense Department leak. Secretary Pete Hegseth. Again.
nuclear program may not have been destroyed, that the country might only have been set back a few months, and that much of their enriched uranium stockpiles could have been moved to secret sites before the attack. Now, the White House...
We'd already heard that.
...pushed back saying this is flat wrong. The press secretary said everyone knows what happens when you drop 14 30,000-pound bombs perfectly on their target. Total obliteration, she said. But they're not saying the Defense Department assessment is untrue.
Sarah Smith, our North America editor, thank you. Well, Israel and Iran had launched large-scale attacks at each other overnight.
But it's hard to know what to believe, because you've got Israel will lie about anything to get their objective. And Trump is just a pathological liar to begin with, and he's only going to do what makes him look good. And then Iran, they're not good. They're not a good regime. There's not really anybody to root for here.
In Iran, targets were hit in the capital Tehran and in the northern
Rhinos, T-minus, welcome in.
where local officials
Sports cards.
16 people were killed. In Israel, the southern city of Beersheba was hit. 4 people were killed in a missile strike on a residential building. From Jerusalem, Lucy Williamson reports.
Beersheba was still a war zone this morning as Iran announced its commitment to peace. Rescue teams bringing out bodies from an apartment block hit in a final salvo of missiles, fired minutes before Iran agreed to the truce. One sliced through the walls straight into a bomb shelter, rescuers said, killing several people inside.
It's not about how many landed, it's why are missiles still being targeted towards civilian buildings like this?
There's meant to be a ceasefire this morning.
Well, you know, actions speak volumes, and this speaks for itself.
I think Israel needs to hit back.
My friend, that's kind of ironic for an Israeli citizen to say.
Iran, because Iran kill people. Iran said peace, but there is no peace, no peace.
As we were there, another alert came in, warning of more missiles fired from Iran, after Israel had also agreed to the truce. But Israeli planes, on their way to retaliate, were called back home on the orders of Donald Trump. Tonight, Israel's Prime Minister vowed to act against any new nuclear threat.
All the actions that our fighters have taken have brought Iran's nuclear program to ruins. And if anyone in Iran tries to revive this project, we will act with the same determination and strength to end any such attempt. I repeat, Iran will not have nuclear weapons.
Iran still has the capability to fire missiles at Israel and has warned of a powerful response to any further attacks. The war has shifted power in Israel's favor, but tonight in Tehran, protesters called for their leaders to resist.
See?
We must see it through to the end. There's no benefit in stopping now. Just like what happened in Gaza and Lebanon, Israel, America, and Trump himself cannot be trusted at all.
Yep.
Iran will avenge the people you killed, said Suhaila. One day we'll catch you off guard. Be sure of that. In northern Israel today, a souvenir from 12 days of conflict.
Trying to get through this 10 minutes.
Used in Israel's air defenses. Israel says this short war has made the region safer by weakening Iran as a military threat. But it's weakened the regime as well. Lucy Williamson, BBC News, Beersheba.
I knew it would galvanize support amongst the Iranian people against the Western devil. Don't fall down the conspiracy rabbit hole. It's just all perverse incentives. Princess Kimberly, good evening. Let's go to the other major story tonight. I said, we're going to touch on it, but I'm not going to be, watching it, giving you updates the whole time. But let's hear from Steve Kornacki over on MSNBC. We've been watching old Eaton over on CNN for our polling data. Let's go over to Kornacki, see what he's got for us tonight.
As we like to say around here, if it's Tuesday, someone's voting somewhere. And today, that somewhere is New York City. Nearly 1 million Democrats are expected to cast ballots in today's mayoral primary, choosing from a crowded slate of candidates. But polls show the contest has narrowed to a two-man fight between former Governor Andrew Cuomo and 33-year-old Democratic Socialist Zoran Mamdani. In the final days before the election, Cuomo has been backed by big-name Democrats from the party establishment, picking up endorsements from former President Bill Clinton and South Carolina Congressman Jim Clyburn.
I don't think those two endorsements are good. I think Bill Clinton is probably a net negative. So good job, Andrew Cuomo. Great pickup. Clyburn maybe has some sway on the elderly vote in maybe Harlem, possibly. But they might also backlash against him because, some Southerner coming up here to tell them what to do.
Meanwhile, Mamdani has rallied the left with endorsements from Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Senator Bernie Sanders. And turning up the heat on this race,
Lenny, my friend,
with temperatures expected to top 100 degrees in New York City today. It's unclear how the extreme heat could impact turnout in the race to lead America's most populous city. And joining us now is my colleague Vaughn Hilliard from inside a polling site in New York City, and NBC's national political correspondent Steve Kornacki, as always, is at the big board. Thank you both for joining me. Vaughn, I want to start with you. You managed to catch up with both of the...
What? I was getting ready to hit the bowl because I made it. What? Are you telling me why reset the clock? I didn't cuss. When you gotta provide proof. You gotta let me know what I said when. I mean, not proof. You don't have to go clip the stream or anything. But what'd I say? When? I didn't cuss. Sports cards. I'm calling you out because I'm gonna hit the bong in celebration of making it 10 fucking minutes without dropping a cuss word. Oh, okay, fair enough. No, that's why I made it so low. So if I cussed, you can pop it up and hit the buzzer on me. I guess that is kind of confusing. Fuzzy Simba, welcome in. Thank you for the resub. Oh, no worries. That is confusing. I might need to clarify that. Thank you for bringing that up, Sports Cards. I need to have a way. Maybe I'll just make it a command where if I cuss, you can redeem it. And then, I'll make a command where it's like Justin said a cuss word. And then you can just hit bang reset or something. Bang cuss, bang, I don't know, bang fuck. Yeah. We'll do bang cuss. And then I'll raise the points for resetting the clock. And then you can just reset the clock on me to be a dick. Boom. Boom. Bang fuck. Anyway, Steve, someone who's never been here before must be like really tripped out. You go from like talking about really serious issues and then just making the stupidest fucking sophomoric jokes. That's the way I fucking like it. I know there's not really a market for this. I'm not gonna become Hassan doing this. There ain't fucking, cause like all the edgy people are on the right. All the edgy people are like fucking Nazis. So I piss liberals off. I just got like fucking you punk people. Ponder Monkey, welcome in. I love saying your name, Ponder Monkey. I was playing Final Fantasy the other night. I kept throwing orbs at me. I was like, I want to ponder these orbs. Anyway, Steve Kornacki is going to ponder the polling going into the New York City mayoral race.
So what did they have to say about their vision for the city?
Right. You know, you could make the case that, of course, this is about who's going to run New York City for the years ahead. But also, in a lot of ways, these two men represent really and are reflective of the conversation happening within the Democratic Party nationally. You have 67-year-old Andrew Cuomo, three-term governor, backed by Bloomberg, backed by...
The liberals aren't any
Bill
fun.
Clinton. And then you have Zoran Mamdani, who has the endorsements of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Bernie Sanders. He would be the first Muslim mayor of New York. He's an immigrant himself, and he has been in the New York State Assembly for a few years, but somebody that really rose to prominence.
Les Vaughn, more Map Daddy.
Off of his social media.
Yeah, we haven't even heard from Kornacki yet, have we?
Who just registered to vote for the first time and voted
this
for
is
the
about
first time. And he said that he
4 hours ago when this was recorded.
Zoran Mamdani's
I'll give you the update on the results here in just a minute.
I want to let you listen to both Andrew Cuomo's take on this race and on his opponent, and Mamdani, who is, again, half of his age and is trying to present voters a very different version of New York City's future.
That's a nice looking beard.
If you win, what does this say about the city, but also the country?
That we're ready for a new generation of leadership, that we're ready for a city we can afford, and that we're ready to actually vote for something. Because that's what I've heard, a hunger to actually have a vision for what these 5 boroughs could be, not just a fear of what it is today.
Why do you want to run this city?
I want to run this city because I love this city. It is...
I don't believe it.
Family is all about. It's what my family worked to produce. I'm afraid for what's happening for New York City. I served as HUD secretary. I've seen cities decline. This city is the...
Okay, in this cycle, he has not missed an opportunity to say that he was HUD secretary. I think he said it like 4 times during both debates, and in every clip that we've watched, he's mentioned that he was HUD secretary. Why does he feel like that was such a, I was the HUD secretary? I mean, I know housing, that's probably it. I'm figuring it out in real time. Housing is the biggest issue in this election. He's had like a focus group. Every other winning issue he can't really talk about because that's Mamdani's strength. So he goes with, I was HUD secretary, because like Mamdani has a plan for housing. He's had a focus group tell that's the way you address that issue, which is the biggest issue in this race. Shit. God damn it.
Finding.
Map Daddy.
Of course, Andrew Cuomo resigned 4 years ago after 11 women came forward with allegations of sexual harassment. One gentleman who I just talked to, Daniel, that walked in, put Brad Lander, who is the city comptroller, who is sort of in polling somewhere around number 3. So this is not just the two-man race. There are 11 folks in it here, but there's a lot of questions, especially with that ranked choice voting. We may not know the result tonight.
And Vaughn, smart man, moved inside from that triple-digit heat really quickly, though. Do you get the sense that
Lander and Mamdani were on Colbert last night?
I think it's a good question on turnout. I can say we've seen a steady flow of folks that have been coming here through this Midtown East, Manhattan location throughout the day. I've watched several people and was talking to some poll workers who have shared stories of folks that, despite the heat, have worked to make their way in and were determined to vote. I did, unfortunately, watch one man go down to his knees because of the heat outdoors. He is still intending to vote. So I think that it's a difficult weather day. At the same time, as you mentioned, a million Democrats
on your knees.
Come into the polls in a very important race, not just for New York, but really to get the temperature of the Democratic Party nationally, potentially.
Vaughn Hill, you're live for us in New York City. Vaughn, thank you. I want to turn now to Steve.
Heat, exhaustion, dehydration are no laughing matter, and you shouldn't be singing about it. Make sure you hydrate out there, folks. It's getting fucking hot. God damn it. Ow. Smokey.
Steve Kornacki, let's bring you in here. What are you keeping your eyes on tonight?
Yeah, a couple of things here, Gabe. I mean, first of all, look, these are the major contenders here, the Democratic side. You mentioned that ranked choice component of this, where voters are asked when they get the ballot, pick up to 5 candidates, rank them in order of preference. When they start tabulating, the lowest performers get knocked out. Their votes get reallocated, second, third choice, that sort of thing. And one of those dynamics, I think you heard Vaughn talking about it, was that Mamdani has an alliance here with another candidate, Brad Lander, who's been running third in the polls. They've been telling each other, support, hey, you know, Landers have been saying vote for Lander first, rank Mamdani second. Mamdani has been saying rank me first, but include Lander on your ballot. And nobody, they've been telling their supporters, rank Cuomo. So that becomes sort of the new layer of this, where even if in the initial count Cuomo wins, what Mamdani is counting on is that there's a lot of anti-Cuomo votes out there that would eventually sort of filter his way as this very complicated ranked choice tabulation plays out. But in terms of timing, we're not going to know tonight, because all they're going to give us tonight are the first choice votes. You could see that here. That is, again, you pick up to 5 in order. The first preference of voters is what we're going to learn tonight. And we're not even going to get all the votes tonight.
Okay. Are we saying, is Mamdani going to win the general? That's a much bigger hill to climb than tonight Mamdani winning the primary and being the Democratic nominee. I think there's a more than likely chance that it is Mamdani as the Democratic nominee tonight. Now, we'll see how the race plays. It's a long way till November. And that is a 4-way race. Cuomo is still going to run. Eric Adams is running as an independent, the current mayor with the incumbent's advantage. And then you have the Republican who is a batshit crazy. Did I make it through 10 minutes? The batshit crazy Jojo Siwa, fucking Curtis Silwa, always get them confused. So I don't want to make any kind of prediction about November. I'm fairly confident Mamdani is probably going to win tonight. Take that one to the bank. Do you want to say I hedged my bet or something? Go for it. But it's a long way to November. I'll give you a prediction on that race when we get there. Now, is that a fair assessment?
Tonight, we're going to get our votes that were cast in person at the polls today, like you just saw where Vaughn was there. You're going to see votes that were cast early, and you're going to see votes that were cast by mail. The ballots, though, that were received before the weekend. So that's a lot of mail-in votes that have come in since the weekend. They're not going to be there tonight. That's what we're going to get tonight. Over the next week, more mail-in votes are going to be tabulated, are going to trickle in. If they're postmarked by today, they can still count. So it'll be next Tuesday. It'll actually be the 1st of July. That is when New York City is actually going to do this ranked choice tabulating. And we're going to see round by round. They'll do it instantly. So you'll suddenly go from having just those first preference votes reported out to having everything reported out. But July 1st, next Tuesday, that's when we should know. Although I could note, if this thing is exceptionally close, if it's razor thin, that total next week still won't include the provisional ballots. That would probably be a week later. So if this thing is as razor thin as possible, we may still be 2 weeks away from finding out in this. And of course, it's New York City. We can get into this later, but it's possible these candidates, both Cuomo and Mamdani, don't call it quits tonight no matter what and go on to fight the general election. They both have the option to do that if they want. That could come into play after as well.
The results really aren't important. That's why I was like, we're not going to be
you got it.
Closely following.
Thank you for watching. And remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC
Shut up,
app or watch
Tom
live on
Llama. And I guess I'll have to like go and get a new picture.
Breaking news and top story.
And then like realign the tape over his mouth. It don't feel right. I don't know if I can pick on him. I have no idea. Have we watched Tom Llama before? Tom Llama. It's probably not even how you say it. I have no opinion on Tom Llama, whatever. He's still here. That's why I did not think that he would be replaced at the end, because he's still like, if another 9/11 was to happen, Lester would be on the air. Like, Tom Llama is not, like, he's doing the nightly news right now. Lester is on Dateline. So, like, I didn't think they were going to replace him, but I guess they want everybody to get, now that I'm thinking about it, they probably want everybody to really get familiar with Tom Llama. And do I have it in me to tell Tom Llama to shut up? Because, like, he looks like a nice enough dude. You want to, somebody, Warlord, do a poll. Do we want to shut up Tom Llama, or do we want to just put the bit to bed? It was fun while it lasted. Yeah, he's no Lester. He might, in 10 years, Tom Llama might be like more beloved than Lester. Holiday says put it to bed. I like it though. I was just like, I just made the graphic for it. I don't want to. I purposely do not want to learn how to pronounce his name. Is that wrong of me? Pour one out for Lester. You got your 40 handy. This is the live results.
You expected to be surprised tonight? Obviously, so many polls over the course of this campaign had Andrew Cuomo up by double
polls
digits.
close in about 10
We in the
minutes.
press, for many months, thought he was inevitable, that he was going to be the next mayor of New York City. And with this Emerson poll coming out this week, showing that really Mamdani had potentially a chance in this thing. I mean, what do you make of what we could see tonight?
You know, I think that's the theme of this campaign season is we're not sure what to expect.
This is a Democratic consultant, Teresa Gonzalez.
Said, there is no race. This is Andrew Cuomo's, mayoralty. And now with this kind of renewed energy and kind of the last mile here, we're seeing something that could be completely different than what we expected. So I think this entire campaign season has been one big surprise. Leading up to tonight, and I actually think that the momentum is going to continue after. It's going to take a while for us to find out the results of tonight, but then there's this whole other race happening after in the general, right? And so I think the surprises are going to keep coming. The entire campaign season for me has been unexpected.
I mean, we've talked about this actually before we came on air tonight, is that with Andrew Cuomo race.
She pulls off bangs.
I define it as a progressive mirage, going back to Zephyr Teachout, Cynthia Nixon. There were many times covering Andrew Cuomo and his races for governor that we would think that a
progressive mirage
to beat him. But it turns out when we look at those election results, they get to 30%. How do you think Zohran Mamdani might be able to change the course of that narrative, if at all?
This is dramatically different, even if Cuomo ultimately prevails. The reason why is because they're taking on a very much weakened Andrew Cuomo that had to resign almost 4 years ago from the governor's office. If you look at the polling throughout this entire election cycle, Andrew Cuomo's unfavorables with Democratic primary voters were always very high, even when he was leading the pack by a mile. It showed that his favorite.
He just had name recognition. The more people remembered of him,
which is a really,
more they're like, oh yeah, we don't like this guy.
Type of work.
He's Italian.
Strategists, we look at a Democratic candidate's ratio. A good one is 3-to-1, 2.5-to-1. Zohran Mamdani's is often 3-to-1. Brad Landers is 3-to-1. Adrian's is also pretty favorable as well. Cuomo always had a very, very high ceiling. He had a high floor, but it looks like someone finally caught up to him. A couple months ago, some of us thought maybe it could have been Speaker Adrian Adams, maybe it could have been Comptroller Brad Lander. Right. These two candidates checked a lot of boxes. It ended up being Zohran Mamdani.
So why is that? I mean, Brad Lander, he likes to tout that he got this endorsement or the backing of the choice, the New York Times panel of experts that came out saying that he was potentially a good choice for mayor. There was another New York Times editorial that said, basically don't rank Zohran Mamdani. And these two candidates, both Andrew Cuomo and Zohran Mamdani, have flaws. Andrew Cuomo obviously has.
I don't know that a New York Times endorsement at this point in time
experience
is not a negative.
Brad Lander and Adrian Adams kind of take off.
I would say, we haven't seen.
It's because Americans are dumb.
In a campaign with these two men in a very long time. Even with a woman of color jumping into the race, which we were really happy about at the new majority. Both of these folks.
Devin Heavy Steele, welcome in.
And so it got very easy to get lost in that, I think, for some of the other candidates, regardless of the fact that Brad has been doing this for a long time and has his own strong political career. You have Scott Stringer, you have other people in the
overall, I think we need much younger leadership.
Their kind of polarity that it became really difficult for anybody else to maintain any type of spotlight.
And this was something I was talking about with Curiouser earlier, actually. I will pause that for a sec. I will not pause it because it's live. So, the average age of world leaders in most countries is 50, 54, 55, something like that. Fluctuates, but it's in the 50s. And that does kind of seem to be the sweet spot. I say as I'm getting close to 50. Our average age of politician is 80, 81 or something like that, because we have a bunch of fuckers that are late 70s, almost to the 90s. Grassley is 91. We had Feinstein die in office. Was it last year? Year before last? And those old fucks came up in a time in which they don't understand the consequences of the 25 years, possibly the greatest societal change in 25 years that will ever happen. They don't comprehend that, the switch to the digital age, because they are stuck in 70s Cold War mindset. They were literally raised, a lot of them with faults or with a lost cause curriculum if they grew up in the South. That their textbooks were approved by the Daughters of Confederacy. And their mindset isn't relevant to today. They are completely out of touch because there may never be a cultural, societal, technological shift as great as the fucking, what period, 80 to fucking 2005. Just like, they have no idea what the hell happened during those years. They weren't there for it. Completely checked out doing boomer fucking shit. Sorry, RB, if you're here, or if you're listening later. It's like it is a generational thing. Not that I have an issue with boomers. Like my parents were boomers, but they're just not, like, they don't need to be in leadership right now. They need to be out enjoying themselves, listening to butt rock on a boat or some shit. See, Fuzzy Zimba never trusted the internet, and everything's computers. Yeah, we need, like, it blew my mind. I thought Kamala Harris was Gen X. It blew my fucking mind to find out that she wasn't, that she was still a boomer. And it's like I thought but I mean, to be fair, like she was like the cusp of the boomer. She was almost a Gen Xer. Because like I was just totally certain she was we had a candidate that was a Gen Xer. She was a boomer. Look at, like, we looked it up on stream. Look it up, Fuzzy Simba. Or I can. I got a computer. Time in office. Born 1964, age 60. Yeah, she's right there on the cusp. What's the time period of boomers? Boomers were born between 46 and 64. So, yeah, she's a boomer. Wild, isn't it? Right there on the cusp.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
Listen, I really wanted her to win. I like her. I've warmed up to her over the years, actually. I think, and like, I've seen her in the Senate, and I thought she was actually really good at questioning people in the Senate. I thought she should have stayed in the Senate. That she would have been fantastic as a senator from California. Most of the time, I was happy with what she did. I would have liked her to win because, like, it would have been better than what it is now. It would have been easier for us to get concessions from a Democratic administration than, like, fucking Trump don't give a shit about anything. Like, you actually would have a working bureaucracy that you could, and I knew this the entire, that's why I wanted to vote for her. And it had nothing to do with, you know, my personal like. She would have been, like, way down on my list of candidates. And boy, did she blow it. Curiouser said, is she going to run again? She's going to run again, isn't she? I was like, oh, yeah. She said she might be the front runner. I mean, considering somebody a front runner this early out. And do we even know there's a free and fair election?
They are all on the ballot tonight. I would not say that any of them are viewed as favorites in their council races. I think most of them have a real uphill climb. And we've been talking about the fact that there are not a lot of open seats. There's 8 of them in the city council. All
welcome in.
Council seats are up for grabs this year, but most of those are incumbents, 43 incumbents. Most of them will face little resistance in being reelected this year. In fact, most of them don't even have primaries this year. But there are some incumbents who are facing tough challenges. And then those 8 open seats, there are some very interesting races. One of them is the Wiener race. One is on the east side of Manhattan.
Did he say the Wiener race?
That is a very crowded.
Oh, he means Anthony Weiner.
Virginia Maloney, who is
that motherfucker's trying to make a comeback.
Congresswoman Carolyn Maloney. She has thrown her hat into this ring. So beyond
he did say the Wiener race.
About tonight.
Yeah, very.
I thought I misheard it.
Congresswoman Carolyn Maloney was a member of the city council. So I guess the daughter is trying to reclaim the seat.
The thing that's interesting, though, is talking about political comebacks. 3 years ago, Andrew Cuomo was political roadkill, hounded out of Albany. Looked like his career was done.
The polls have closed. You can see the
this night. Mamdani is in a crowded
results at the bottom. I'll tell you when anything comes in.
Outside of the Assembly District, those are our 2 front runners tonight.
Okay, thanks very much. It is 9 o'clock, folks, and the polls are now closed around the 5 boroughs. You're going to see results very soon at the bottom of your screen. But remember, the results that you see will...
I just said that.
...choice votes, especially in the race for mayor. If no candidate gets 50% tonight,
Cleveland.
we'll have to wait a full week.
Was that racist?
The Board of Elections runs ranked choice voting tabulations.
Wait a minute, Cleveland had hair.
Start up our election.
I don't even remember. I don't know what I'm fucking talking about.
At the Associated
I just tried to pick up black person. That really was way racist.
As the ballots are
I did it on purpose.
Now, that number is based on turnout in recent elections. Shortly after 9, the results of early voting and most absentee votes will be released, and you'll see those votes very quickly on your screen.
This dude looks like Al Roker.
A short lag between the count of early votes.
Now I'm just trying to think of bald black men. Fucking cancel Justin.
As a reminder, absentee ballots can be postmarked as late as today, so there will be a few outstanding absentee votes to be counted after tonight, which could matter in a race.
If I was a right-winger, I'd be a superstar.
As we wait for the results,
love my
let's
racism.
quickly check in with the top 2 mayoral campaigns, starting with Bernadette Hogan at the Zohran Mamdani campaign in Long Island City.
I do not understand how Elliot Spitzer didn't get to make a comeback.
That's right. Polls just closed.
I loved Elliot Spitzer.
At the Mamdani campaign. We have not seen the candidate yet, but I am here with City Councilman Chi Osei. He represents District 36.
A cross between Al Roker and Drew Paul.
A couple of poll sites today, trying to get out the vote for Zohran Mamdani. Talk to me about the people that you spoke with, and what was your pitch to them?
Absolutely. So Bed-Stuy is a neighborhood that's seeing a lot of change, both gentrifying as well as a very established black homeowner voter base. And I posted up at a site where a lot of the traditional black residents go to vote, and I saw that.
Yeah, seriously, rapists get to make a comeback.
To see that it wasn't even a mix of feelings around Mamdani or Cuomo. There was a lot of support for.
We got some results coming in.
And you also were one of the youngest elected to the city council at age 23. Was there any concern from any of these voters about his alleged inexperience? There's only 2 terms in the state assembly.
That was not brought up once at these poll sites. You know, there was one reference around defund the police, but that was the only thing that I heard as a concern from these voters. And as soon as
there you go, that's cool to see the chat.
Canvassers pushed back about that claim, that voter was easily persuaded.
However, I do know on your phone it would be very hard to see those tiny ass results. I'll let you know when the mayoral race rolls around.
Why do you think that is, and why do you think that was a different story when you talked to those voters earlier today in Bed-Stuy?
Absolutely.
On city council races,
a lot of older black voters have heard the Cuomo name for some time now, not only through Andrew Cuomo.
They said Zaddy Zohran.
And during this race, I think they wanted to vote for a name that they recognize on the ballot, and that was Cuomo. But I think over the past
there's Zohran Mamdani on the TV
campaign that Mamdani has been running, his extreme
there are at his headquarters or whatever it is,
as well as the ground game and reaching voters who have not been
campaign rally
campaign in person. I think that really changed the tides in terms of what I was witnessing on the ground at the poll sites today.
Now, regardless of the outcome, say Mamdani is not successful tonight, would you like to see him continue to go on? He does not have the Working Families Party line yet, but would you like to see the WFP consider or give it to him to go on into the general election?
Zohran Mamdani and his entire campaign team ran a masterclass type campaign this election season.
They really did.
I believe that they will win this election. I don't even want to talk about any other ballot line come in November. I do believe I will be casting a ballot or casting a vote for Zohran Mamdani on the Democratic ballot line come November.
Great. Thank you so much, Councilman. So, Errol, again, we're talking to Chi Osei, Democratic City Councilman from Bed-Stuy, saying that he was able to possibly turn a couple of voters.
Mamdani Mamdani currently in the lead with 43% of the vote.
All right, thanks very much, Bernadette. We'll get back to you a little bit later. Right now, we're going to talk to our Bobby Kuza at the big board. As the results start to come in, he can start to sort of show us what we are seeing.
I mean, Errol, this is exactly what we talked about. We talked about this first tranche of numbers that we were going to get. It was going to be all the early vote and the mail-in votes that have been processed as of today, and we knew that those numbers were going to skew towards Zohran Mamdani. I mean, you heard our Bob Hart say earlier that this could be the high watermark for Zohran Mamdani, and sure enough, he's up by 7 points once those votes are processed. Now we're going to see the day of votes, the ballots that were voted today. We're going to see those begin to roll in as well. But the initial numbers came in very strong for Zohran Mamdani, but that will probably change as the night goes on, as we've discussed. The day of votes tend to favor
a blue mirage.
Cuomo. But right now, Zohran Mamdani with 43% to Andrew Cuomo's 34%.
Thunder Monkey doing math in the chat.
For Brad Lander in third place. So I think we're going to get more data pretty quickly. By the way, Adrian Adams, City Council Speaker, in fourth right now with just 4%, low single digits. I think over the next 10, 20, 30, 40 minutes, we're going to see the numbers really begin to climb, and then we'll get a better sense for where we might land at the end of the night.
Well, yeah, can we see some of the other candidates? Because this is, you know, almost like a sort of a capsule. This is the early vote, right? So how did some of the other candidates do in that early voting period?
Well, you know, I mean, clearly Brad Lander did himself some favors
Ben Boggs, welcome in.
the past week, right?
Mamdani with the early vote lead.
Immigration court became a national story.
It's a 10% jump.
Debate performance. He, you know, got the not the endorsement per se, but he got a lot of support from this New York Times opinion panel, and he's at 13%, which is a little bit higher than he had been doing in some of those recent polls. So those are clearly the top three. There's some space between Brad Lander and Adrian
I would
Adams
expect Hochul to back Cuomo in like the general probably.
Is down at about 1%.
Probably saving a endorsement.
Zelma Myrie, Whitney Tilson, Jessica Ramos, who effectively dropped her campaign, and Michael Blake with only about 1,400 votes total. Looking at the raw vote,
3,682 people voted for Whitey Tilson.
What it looks like it's going to come down to, although we should point out, Brad Lander in third place. He's going to accumulate some votes, and assuming this then goes to a ranked choice tabulation a week from now,
Warlord would vote for Whitey Wilson.
Who those Brad Lander voters ranked further down their ballot. If they had Mamdani ahead of Cuomo, those votes will then go to
what in the world happened with Jessica Ramos?
So, you know, a lot of moving pieces here with.
Or was she just always like?
The better that Brad Lander does, the better it becomes for Zohran Mamdani tonight.
A snake in the grass.
Interesting. I have Courtney Gross here with me in studio, and in some ways, not a surprise, right, that Mamdani would do well, but it really sort of sets a marker, right? If he's 10 points ahead now, 9 to 10 points ahead, if he can maintain that throughout the rest of the count, that's the victory he's looking for.
He's certainly in a good position. We know that, like Bobby Kusa was saying, in polls that his voters were much more likely to vote early, and we've seen some really interesting analysis.
And Brad Lander being at 13%, you got to think that in the rankings,
this early vote was coming.
Those votes would eventually make their way to Mamdani.
Kind of Mamdani territory,
including 95% at least
of the early vote that came in, which was almost 400,000, which is almost double the amount that we saw in 2021. That a quarter of those early votes, which is what we're looking at now, were new voters, people who hadn't voted within the last decade, potentially, you know, new people who had just moved to New York. These young voters that we clearly saw came out.
Harvey Epstein. I remember that dude.
It shows.
Was he like? Did they do a piece on him? Oh, Wiener running for the city council
for so long
in District 2, and looks like he's gonna win.
40,000 volunteers, and I think that
Anthony Weiner back in politics.
Will Cuomo be able to catch up? It's early. This is a percentage of the vote. You know, his voters are more likely to vote today, but I think what
did he send a dick pic to like an underage girl or something?
The day is that
or was she legal?
My interpretation is a little bit of a sense of urgency from the Cuomo campaign, saying it's hot out. Please get out.
I feel like she was like 16 or 17 or something, though, wasn't she?
He changed his whole schedule to vote on actual primary day to make sure and encourage
Wiener going hard
get out there, even though it's obviously brutally hot out there.
Yeah, to this.
Am I wrong? Look, the woman was under. I don't remember now because like woman was underage.
Race to call. New York 1 is projecting Jumaane Williams as the winner of the Democratic primary election for public advocate. In some ways, Courtney, this wasn't all that much of a surprise, but it looks like it was an overwhelming victory. And in this kind of a case, there's no ranked choice tabulation if you're over 50%.
Yeah, so he is obviously in the clear here. Jennifer Raj-Kumar was trying to challenge him. Clearly a very close ally of Eric Adams. You know, we've detailed and documented over the
That's what, like, I'm not so sure Cuomo wins this.
Eric Adams at press.
I think they might fuck around and re-elect Eric Adams.
Some people might see this race in particular as some sort of litmus test on the Adams administration because Jennifer Raj-Kumar is
so that's actually my November take.
A race that many people didn't pay that much attention to.
If you wanted that.
Williams was clearly in a strong position.
Not so much Cuomo I'm worried about.
Right. And so
they're worried about. I don't fucking live there. It doesn't affect me.
About 14%.
Maybe indirectly because of its effects on national politics.
That lead is so commanding when you're talking about over 274,000 votes for
War Machine. Welcome in.
Jumaane Williams just in the early voting period. There's no way
he would ride in Rudy.
Let's check in with our Ayanna Harris. She's at the West Village celebration.
Hey,
Andrew Cuomo. That's his campaign headquarters tonight. Ayanna, what is the latest there?
Yeah, Earl, this is not only the campaign headquarters for Andrew Cuomo, this is also the very room where Andrew Cuomo launched his campaign for mayor just about 4 months ago. Tonight is an opportunity for Andrew Cuomo to gather his supporters, the people who have endorsed him, the people
Andrew
who
Cuomo
have campaigned and volunteered for him to say thank you. And I have one of those people here tonight with us, State Senator Jessica Ramos. You were on the ballot today, the first woman in this race, but there was a point in a moment
pulled a Warren.
you decided to endorse Andrew Cuomo. Walk me through what you were thinking at that point and why you felt it was so important to tell your supporters to now vote for Andrew Cuomo.
Well, for me, there was a clear point in time where the race came down to two people. That's just a very sober view of where we've been headed. And so I wanted to make a choice and a recommendation for my neighbors, for our communities, to be able to vote for a mayor that has experience, that, you know, we can know is going to be able to
grab ass.
A good team and protect us from the attacks that we've already been getting from Washington.
She just didn't have any support, and she didn't see any other future for her in politics other than
infrastructure projects. These are all
to go with Cuomo. Is that it?
Progress that we should expect over the next 4 years, and between those two men, there's only one who we know can deliver on that work.
I want to talk about your neighbors in Elmhurst, Corona.
Yeah, we need a parliamentary system.
How did the Cuomo campaign reach them? Did they do enough to reach those folks? And what are the key issues that matter to the people in your district?
You know, well, throughout this campaign, we've seen the Cuomo campaign really engage with Black and
you know what?
Asian
people have talked about abolishing the Senate. I'm down for a parliamentary system if we can get that.
Not only
Let's
jobs,
switch.
but careers. There's a reason we're at the Carpenters Union today. This has been a race always about tackling the affordability crisis, the climate crisis, the mental health crisis.
Fuck, I'll take, come get me, Charlie Daddy.
To me, has really been something that resonates.
Flash would get really mad at me if I welcomed the
across
crown.
the 5 boroughs.
And you felt there was a visible presence from the Cuomo campaign in those neighborhoods?
I absolutely believe people were engaged. I saw clergy engaged with the campaign, our district leaders who are always out there doing the good unpaid work. That's important.
Right, you've heard from the Mamdani campaign.
Final results tonight. I'm hopeful
You've
that
heard
the
from
results will be in our favor.
the Cuomo campaign.
Jessica Ramos supporters who have been a bit disappointed by your decision to back Andrew.
Oh, here we go. Yeah.
I completely understand that people can be confused, can be disappointed. Some might not understand why. But to me, and I'll continue to have these conversations, I am happy to talk about why ultimately.
Of course the clergy is voting for Cuomo.
Keeping in mind everything that's happening in New York City right now. It was about him being the person at the right time,
You
in
live
the
in
right
sexual
place,
anarchy?
at the right moment to protect New York from everything that Trump has been doing and what he's threatened to do.
Okay, State Senator Jessica Ramos, also a candidate in this Democratic primary race for mayor, but you have now.
I condemn her.
Appreciate your time. And Daryl, again, we are here inside of the Carpenters Union Hall. The doors opened at about 9 p.m.
Let's get with the rest of the news that we got for tonight. We got an exciting day in Congress. I don't know how to set this up. The information I have on it is that somehow the House Judiciary Committee got in a heated debate about anti-Semitism. I don't know what they were debating, what legislation, because we're getting ready to talk about the big, beautiful bill. I can't believe he's even got me saying it now. But apparently the House wanted to get frank about Anne Frank.
You know, I have all sorts of notes on this, but I'm living it every day now. Every day. To be Jewish in this country now is an out-of-body experience.
To be a thinking person in this country is an out-of-body experience. I should hit the content warning because it's gonna be deep, isn't it?
You know, I have all sorts of notes on this, but I'm living it every day now. Every day. To be Jewish in this country now is an out-of-body experience on what's going on. You know, my grandmother escaped the Holocaust. She was part of the Kindertransport out of Germany. Parents were killed in Auschwitz, lost all sorts of other family in Poland. And this is not comparable to that. But the very beginnings of that are very comparable. Right? Because you gotta dehumanize.
You ain't wrong about that.
First, right? You gotta make them others. You gotta make them feel like they don't belong. Right? You gotta make them feel, you gotta make other people feel, you gotta build coalitions, you gotta build consensus that, you know, the Jews don't belong. And I wanna be clear. This theory out there that, oh, you can be anti-Zionist or you can be anti-Israel and not be anti-Semitic. I would say that theoretically you could, but that is not what's happening. It is not what's happening. You can absolutely go.
Hold on, Moskowitz. Leave it. Okay, that's getting a little anti-Semitic. I'm sorry. I'll roll it back. The first time I corrected myself to his actual pronunciation, I didn't mean to mispronounce it. Now, when I start actually mispronouncing it, that's crossing a line. I apologize. Especially with what I'm getting ready to say. My friend, we did a story last night about a student at the University of Florida, congressman from Florida, Moskowitz. We did a story about a student at the University of Florida who was awarded a prestigious recommendation or some shit for his paper that he wrote on why the Constitution only applies to white people. He is a straight up neo-Nazi, a confessed white supremacist. You're not talking about people like him. You're talking about people who are protesting the genocide in Israel.
Criticize the government. Great. Wonderful. We do it here. But that is not what's happening. It wasn't what was happening on university campuses. I went to Columbia, as did Mr. Goldman, during Passover.
See, Columbia.
Students. That was not what was happening when they were holding up.
Columbia, a college in New York where you have no business being. Nazi in the University of Florida, where you are a congressperson, you don't mention. So forgive me if I don't take what you say seriously. I'm sorry. I'm going to stop
saying go back to Poland.
Interrupting him.
Nothing to do with Netanyahu. And people were silent. And Jewish families across the country knew the stuff that was going on college campuses. Okay, if that was happening with any other minority group, it wouldn't have gotten past lunchtime on the first day. I have police outside.
The ironic part is it's literally happening with Palestinian students, with Muslim students in general.
Against them. I had an assassination attempt by a resident, guy that was picked up, going to go to jail for a decade, right? Had an anti-Semitic manifesto.
Yes, I got a blue raspberry slush, and it was so refreshing. But it's basically just ice and a little flavoring now. I'm floored by this.
Aim was the target, was Googling where my wife worked, was Googling wind resistance and distance, had a scope, had a vest, had hundreds of rounds of ammunition, and had a sniper. So I know what's going on in this country. But I would tell you, there is one thing that is uniting the left and the right, and that is Jews. This is not just a problem on the left.
Jews?
Go look what's going on social media on the woke right. It isn't just some Nazis in a basement anymore, okay? Marjorie Taylor Greene is holding up the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act.
Well, thank
because
you.
She wants to be able to say the Jews killed Jesus. So this is a problem in both of our houses. And pretending it is not is one of the reasons why we're not cleaning it up. Because we're just saying, oh, you know, you over there or you over there.
I mean, theoretically,
not going
First
well
Amendment, you should be able to say Jews killed Jesus.
And it isn't getting better.
But that's a stupid statement. There was no Jesus.
To where this is going to go. And yeah, we can talk about the legacy media all day long, Mr. Schneider, but that's not where we're losing the youth of this country. We're losing them on TikTok, which is owned by a foreign country, that the president has extended beyond what the law has allowed. I don't want TikTok to go away, but I want it to get out of the hands of the Chinese. Okay? They are doing the Nazi playbook. They are dividing us. They are fomenting. They don't need to do it with B-2 bombers. That's not what the Chinese plan is. The Chinese is to get us to fighting amongst ourselves. The Chinese plan is to get us angry and divisive. And the Chinese plan is to start with the easiest target possible.
What in the fuck?
And so until we stop doing this, you know, who did what to who stuff, okay, we're not going to solve this. Jews are losing their usual allies. Those allies that we've had for decades and decades and decades, groups that Jews have stood up for. We're losing them by the moment.
You're losing me, brother.
So, you know, I'm called a foreign asset, right? That I'm a foreign lobbyist. I mean, it's just endless. Go look, any post I put up, the hatred, the vitriol that's going on.
How much APAC money you take?
So, I appreciate this hearing, Mr. Chairman.
I think it's disgusting to try to use your Judaism as a shield against, you know,
this is
charges of corruption.
That is spreading. And until we're serious about stopping what's going on online and the brainwashing of our kids,
I love Jewish people.
Is going to get
I love many Jewish people.
More people are going to die.
Yeah, Israel.
And it is going to be
an apartheid state committing genocide has lost us all and the world and made Jews less safe.
The gentleman would yield for just a quick second.
If the chairman would allow me just an extra 15 seconds.
Oh, I love you, Avalon.
If we'll record everything, or maybe it'll be a chance further on down the road, but if I, in all fairness, if I give it to you, I have to give it to
I understand.
all the
I won't say
members,
that was anti-Semitic.
and we'll be here along. It's not. I think you know.
A little humor doesn't hurt. A little humor doesn't hurt. Okay.
We don't agree. He is a funny guy. I tell him that all the time. He's
Little humor
got a
doesn't
great
hurt.
Oh, he's a funny guy.
times, but
I want to like him. That's what makes it worse.
I agree with some of what you said, but I'm going to yield some time to myself, and then Mr. Schmidt you'll come in the next round, but I wanted to address some of those things. So I've really attempted to do this hearing in as nonpartisan a way as I possibly can. And I would agree with Mr.
He's a funny brick.
that there is some fault on the right. There's no question. We have some extreme right wing, and I'm conservative. I'm a very conservative person, but there's no room for this on any side. But some of the examples that are given of how this administration is anti-Semitic or done the wrong thing by Jews in general.
If you Benjamin Button Fauci,
let me be clear.
is that the right movie? I've never seen it.
Government-funded agencies were promoting anti-Semitic, anti-equality. I don't use equity, I use equality proposals. Let me be clear. Many universities, Ms. Cooper, you and I have spoken about it. I mean, my university, I graduated undergraduate. I went to dental school after, but undergraduate. And I'm just pouring out my heart here. I don't have this all written down.
We can tell.
University. I'm proud of Rutgers. It's a good school. It's a good public school. Some of the things that are said and are going on.
Looks like a senior citizen and a toddler at the same time.
You've got to be kidding me.
You gotta be kidding me, brother.
The same thing to my friends on the left, on the Democrat side, whatever you want to say. Don't tell me that you don't see that, because if you don't, then your eyes are closed. We have a real problem. Want to talk about a real problem? We got a real problem in our universities. We've got a real problem in our colleges. We've got a real problem with what we're teaching young kids.
Sounds like you got a real problem with free speech and free thinking.
Structure of the United States of America. And this is one of the number of ways they want to go about it. Our healthcare system, I think it was Mr. Marcus, I'm not sure, Mr. Schneider mentioned, even our healthcare system doesn't really exhibit equality and has gone after Jews. Some of the DEI policies weren't DEI policies for everyone, and I don't even like the policies to begin with. Equality for everyone, absolutely. Opportunity for everyone, but some of them were inherently anti-Jewish. Corporation policies they were actually promoting were anti-Jew, anti-Jewish, anti-Semitic. Let's tell the truth. It's tell the truth time.
What truth?
Policies. I mean, I notice this all the time. I'm sorry, and I'm not trying to be partisan, damn it. I just see it. I see the coverage of things. I see when I'm at a meeting, and I understand you should cover both. You should cover the right. You should cover the left. Universities should cover everything. But allowing hate and venom and a call to violence, some of these young people are influenced by that. And the most ironic part of it all is in these universities and colleges, the very people who are doing the anti-Jewish propaganda would never be anti-United States government and recommending, again, it's their right to speak out, but to do in a way that encourages violence and pain and hurt is wrong. And
now, guys, I know some of you in the chat would like to say,
some of these countries, women can't drive. Some of these countries, women can't show their face. Some of these countries, if you're gay, you'll be killed. Let's tell the damn truth.
Now, Iran is far from a progressive country, but I saw somebody point out it's racism that causes this, because he's kind of confusing society in Saudi Arabia with society in Iran. Iran has a lot more representation of women in their society. But who am I to call out a, fucking congressperson, right?
Truth. Since Mr. Moskowitz wants
Man,
to tell the truth, and I know he does.
USA is far from a progressive country. RB, Joey, welcome in.
Would the gentleman yield for a minute?
This is the House Judiciary Committee that apparently gets really spicy.
Clear, we're trying to, and I get you don't like President Trump. I get it. I do. You don't. It's okay. There's differences on the right and left.
No reasonable person should like a pedophile rapist.
The statistics that we're using, because it takes a number of years to actually develop them, are not from when he was even in the presidency. They are from when Joe Biden was the president of the United States. And I'm not going to lay that on Joe Biden's feet either. But the point is, to push that all on President Trump is inherently unfair. So let's stop it. And I know, Mr. Moskowitz, you say that this isn't enough, but damn it, we had to start somewhere. I wish I had more time, because I can't overuse my time either. But Ms. Cooper, I'm going to ask you questions real quickly, and I just want a yes or a no. Are universities that tolerate harassment of Jewish students violating their obligations under Title VI, yes or no? has the threat environment on campus escalated tremendously, including Rutgers, and I hope somebody from Rutgers, including the new president's watching, since October 7th, 2023. Yes
what?
Or no?
Yes.
Has the Trump administration strengthened enforcement of Title VI through investigations, et cetera? Yes or no?
Yes.
Should colleges that allow open support for terrorist groups like Hamas on their campuses be subject to loss of federal funding? Yes or no?
Yes.
What are the consequences of university administrators when they treat chants like From the River to the Sea as protected speech instead of addressing them as threats? Is that right?
What?
It's not right.
Not right. Should
From the river to the sea is not free speech, is what you're telling me. That is insanity. You little fucking Keebler elf, Van Drew.
student groups that glorify terrorist organizations
Drew Van Drew.
face disciplinary questions and consequences? Yes or no?
Yes, and more.
Do you believe that some of the current federal civil rights enforcement tools are too slow or too weak for modern campus anti-Semitism?
Very weak, yes.
Okay, thank you. I yield my time back. Next is, and we ask the ranking member from the great state of Texas, as she always likes to point out, right?
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Here we go.
As I was listening to Mr. Moskowitz, it reminded me of the reason that I started off the remarks the way that I did when I talked about being united. He mentioned the alliances, and as a civil rights attorney, you can't come up in the civil rights world and not be told about the alliance that existed, the alliance that has been oftentimes referred to as the Grand Alliance between Black and Jewish Americans. And there's an article that has some really great information in it. But what I want to get to is this one part, because I do want to yield more time to my colleagues. It says, the end we seek is a society at peace with itself, a society that can live with its conscience, and that will be a day not of
Is this not going to get spicy? Is this just going to be
that will
sickening?
Be the day of man as man? And this was in reference, this was a quote from King, Martin Luther King, because Martin Luther King marched with so many amazing Jewish leaders, and they came together for the purpose of moving forward in this country. And it was a great Texan that signed the Voting Rights Act of 1965 into law just a few months after Dr. King was quoted as saying this. And the reason that I bring this up is because when we start to talk about policy, I do want to be clear that this administration has been very clear that it is anti-DEI. And while they have defined things such as DEI or diversity, equity, and inclusion to be basically Black, if you just Google, it will tell you that it refers to the presence of differences among people encompassing various characteristics like age,
I feel like she isn't even talking about Jewish people. She's going in a completely different direction.
Religion and more. The reality is that there was a time in which our leaders understood that marching together for civil rights would somehow lead to the liberty and the freedom of all. And that is really where I want us to get, instead of saying that it's okay to love and support one group and hate another. We need to come together and stand against hate as a whole. And I will yield to Mr. Moskowitz.
Thank you.
She did an All Lives Matter.
30 seconds. Mr. Chairman, I know what's going on in the universities. I promise. I've been there, right? I know the foreign money that has come into these universities. I know programs that are being taught there. No one is denying that that's the deal. And it's by design. It's to go after the youth. Right?
Well, I mean, bringing up the attack on DEI is like, basically an attack on
maybe
the Black
left
community.
Is a couple of years ahead of you, but I want you to understand
that is a good point, but
not a partisan problem.
I feel like it was a little tortured to get there.
Okay,
that's clearly not what you guys took from it either.
At social media,
Michael, did I tell you good evening?
That there are a lot of people on the woke right that it turned out they hated Jews more than they liked the president, and they picked a side. That's how much they hated Jews. And it is people, yes, there's all sorts of bots on Twitter, but it is people with millions of followers, and they are brainwashing. And so now it's happening on both sides.
No.
Okay. And you know what's happening? It's coming like this. It starts over here, and then it goes, and then it goes, and
He's
then you have
horseshoe theorying anti-racism, and
so
I specifically, we get some chuds come in here sometimes, and they'll say some shit about Israel, and like the chat might be like, yeah, and I'm like, watch out, they might be against Israel for all the wrong reasons. We always have to make sure you gotta kick the Nazis out of the bar. There's the story, the little crust punk bar. Dude goes and sits there. The bartender like doesn't say anything. Most days like acts like he hates him. One day a fucking dude comes in. He's got some patches on his jacket. The bartender grabs the baseball bat. And they're like, no, you get the fuck out. And the dude's like, oh, I just want to have a drink. Like, no, you get the fuck out now. Guy asked what was up with that, and the bartender's like, you didn't see the patches on his jacket. You let one of them in, then they start bringing their friend, and they're all cool and everything, and then they start bringing their friends, and before you know it, you got a Nazi bar. So we have to be very careful to make sure we don't partner up with Nazis, because fuck Nazis. You can absolutely criticize the state of Israel for being a apartheid ethno-state that is committing genocide against a population. That is a factual statement beyond reproach. There's nothing you can say to dispute that. All the evidence is there. So, like, just the fact that we're talking about, like, an ethno-state's right to exist in 2025, absurd to me.
With you that you're not correct, but I want you to open your mind to understanding that this is a problem.
Brother, if you open your mind too much, your brain will fall out. We're not opening our minds to your crazy conspiracy theories because you're fucking paranoid.
Everywhere now. I'll yield back.
And I will yield to Mr. Goldman.
And thank you to the ranking member. And I'll pick up on where Mr. Moskowitz, Mr. Chairman, as you may know, I'm the co-chair of the Bipartisan Anti-Semitism Task Force. And I will make a deal with you. I will call out all the anti-Semitism that I see on the extreme left if you lead by example and call out all the anti-Semitism you see on the extreme right. Because the more that we go back and forth and accuse the other of being worse and try to prop up what this administration has done on Title VI.
What anti-Semitism on the left?
DOJ or whatever the litany of questions that you asked Ms. Cooper.
That could be Goldman's
less
point.
We are able to tackle.
He's usually pretty good.
The reality is that unfortunately, this administration has decided to move its enforcement of Title VI from the Department of Education and OCR, which Mr. Marcus led in the first Trump administration, and Mr. Nosenchuk was a deputy in the last administration, and now it's to DOJ. Now, you can make an argument, as Ms. Cooper will likely make, that that's a stronger cudgel against anti-Semitism. That may be the case, but it moves a lot slower.
Oh, the woman behind Goldman?
I would urge us to talk about how we can tackle this problem, because it's got to be through both. We need a robust Office of Civil Rights that can move quickly to investigate anti-Semitism on campus and remedy the problem before we get to litigation. Yeah, very long time.
This has been useless. This is 17 minutes plus my rambling all the times I paused that we will never get back. I'm sorry I made you watch that. Libertad, good evening. So I find this Al Jazeera headline. This is current live updates on the war with Israel and Iran. Don Carlos, welcome in. Israel-Iran truce holds, but then when you get down a little further, you find out that Israel has already attacked Iran again. The ceasefire between Israel and Iran, announced by U.S. President Donald Trump, appears to be holding, despite an Iranian missile attack and an Israeli assault on Tehran. So probably like one missile intercepted, just like last night. And then Israel's like, let's bomb the shit out of Tehran again. It says missile attack, so it doesn't like. Notice how it says an assault on Tehran. It gives you a location. Missile attack means they intercepted it. That's the latest updates. I have a feeling, just like last night, ain't no fucking ceasefire. It's all continuing. Do you guys think that? Ceasefire, no ceasefire. Sparkles, do you want me to see if Sparkles will sing Bombs Over Baghdad? Or rap? And also, she sent me a meme of it. Cat that takes bong hits and types. I am an actual real house cat. After I take a bong hit, I swear I can type in English for about 60 seconds. Meow, 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 meow. I think a furry wrote that. No offense to furries, I'm just saying. And I laughed, so I appreciated it. Let's talk about the budget. That's the big thing coming up. He's saying there's a ceasefire right now, but there's already been attacks. So, I'm just... Do you guys want to check back in with the mayor's race before we do actual news? Or as if we haven't been doing actual news. You want to check back in with the mayor's race? Ah, fuck it. I know you do. Oh shit, Ma'am Donnie holding on. How is that not news? That's what I'm saying, for me to say, actual, the prepared show I did is what I mean when I say actual, me doing the news, as opposed to just me freeballing over a live stream.
Is being able to show results right now.
And polls were showing there were some Brad Lander voters who were going to also rank Cuomo. Then the cross endorsement came. When you were
I can't read shit with
voters, what did you
glasses? That was hurting my eyes.
Were they recognizing that cross endorsement, and do you think it shifted?
I definitely felt the shift on the ground. I think a lot of people that I spoke to were diehard Brad supporters, but also recognized that they had a big
clinically, I mean, it's ranked choice voting. So after tonight, all the second and third, blah, 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 they'll do that elimination shit, and then we find out next Tuesday. See you next Tuesday. Yeah, but if you get over 50%, you win outright tonight.
I heard that message consistently and clearly from many types of voters.
And we are at 76% of the vote in.
What do you hope for him and his...
Ma'am Donnie currently in the lead with 43.9%.
I will be right there beside him.
Cuomo with 35.7%.
He believed in me before I was even elected.
Brad Lander, 11.6%. Adrian Adams.
I'm disappointed he wasn't number one.
I wanted to like her, but apparently she's problematic.
Electoral politics or otherwise, I'm eager to play a part in it.
And seeing the polls leading up to Election Day and now seeing the results, what do you think it says about the electorate and what Democrats here in the city want from their nominee?
Democrats were going to fix their problems. There is a huge housing crisis.
Ma'am Donnie currently leading by about 8%.
Childcare crisis. People can't afford to live in this city. People want action. They don't want solutions from people.
If the majority of Lander's vote goes for Ma'am Donnie,
they want Congress to act. They want the federal government.
Statistically, there's not enough vote
because
everybody else was under 1%, right? There's statistically not Whitey was under 1%. That one dude was at 2%. But there statistically wouldn't be enough vote for Andrew Cuomo to be able to win the nomination outright.
Stone, Brooklyn, Upper West Side, and places.
Now remember, tonight
I haven't had a chance to
is
really
only, and this is complicated, I know.
so I can't really speak to that. I'll just say that anyone
Tonight is only for the Democratic nomination.
coalition that covers the full spectrum
If
of New York City.
Cuomo loses, if Mamdani loses, both are expected to go on to the general election under a different party line. Eric Adams will be running again as the incumbent, as an independent.
Jumaane Williams, the public advocate, taking the stage behind me. Errol, I'm going to send
And there is also a Republican, Jojo Siwa.
Who's a candidate running out of Queens, is addressing her supporters. Let's listen in.
Into this race about 3 months ago.
I'm sorry, Curtis Silwa. That's the. For some reason I get them confused. Those are two completely different people.
We propelled immediately to where folks who have
If I made a meme of like
a year and
mashing the two up,
already were, and we leapfrogged over those.
you think that nobody would get it, would they?
Oh no, it ain't over. No, we're not going there.
Yes. If you guys don't know who I mean when I say Curtis Silwa, let's just say we are definitely watching the debates.
Well,
Eric Adams versus Cuomo versus Mamdani versus Silwa is gonna be fun.
We were not going to get the first iteration of matching funds anyway, but I tell you what we did do. What we did do was we raised more money.
What was it? Did she say to support Mamdani?
Again, as any candidate could have ever have hoped for or wished for in this.
She didn't, did she?
And before I go any further, I want y'all to give it up for the baddest AG that ever walked this planet. Her name is Letitia James. And she taught me everything I know about fighting the good fight. I also want to
Mike Pillow versus Tim Walz. That would be a lot of fun. Mike Pillow has talked about running for governor of Minnesota.
They jumped in and they said, oh no, we're not going to be able to lift off the ground. Oh yeah, we lifted off the ground. We
Just suffered a humiliating loss. Yeah, Stringer got 1.7% of the vote.
take note for who this campaign
Zilnor Myrie
here. And
got
make people
1%.
realize, oh yeah, there really is somebody in
Yeah, Jojo Siwa.
that really does care about me. Somebody that really does want to make.
But yeah, he is that guy. Probably most people would remember him from a couple years ago. Fox News was interviewing him in Times Square about like immigrants were running wild, and they ran over and they're like, "Oh, dude's committing a crime," and started beating him up on TV, and it ended up like, or I think they were talking about like, "Oh, illegals are everywhere," and like it turned out completely legal. He was just speaking a different language. That was only like a year ago. So he was just being racist as shit on live TV.
I am a white
Dude had done nothing wrong.
and a sister. Here they are. Some of them. The wife, the mother, the grandmother. All here to support little old me. Who thought and still believes that she could be the first.
He's apparently what, the Guardian Angels? Is that the name of his little dress-up group?
Adams, we're going to go now to Jumaane Williams, who's addressing his supporters. Let's listen to that.
Oh, he's gonna get Fleetwood Mac on me. You can't do that shit. Why are you speaking while Fleetwood Mac is playing? Why are you speaking while Mac and Cheese is playing? You guys like Fleetwood Mac? I'm not a big fan. Senate Republicans are trying to pass this big, beautiful bill in a sneaky way, according to Chuck Schumer. Oh, before we go to Chuck Schumer, I got to show you this. Remember a couple weeks ago when Senator Padilla was arrested? Senator Chuck Schumer sends Kristi Noem a strongly worded letter 2 weeks later regarding the Senator Padilla incident. I like Go Your Own Way. That's probably my favorite Fleetwood Mac song. Also, I kind of like Tusk. Like, I go back and forth like, this is a stupid song. No, that's wrong. And, like, you probably got to give me, like, they did, like, a reunion in 1997, and they did an album that's live. I would prefer, like, that version of all of those songs hands down over any other. Like, all the, like, studio versions suck. Compared to the live versions, if I even like a Fleetwood Mac song. The Chain's kind of cool. The Chain is kind of cool. Okay. Mick Fleetwood was cool, the drummer. He made the band. I don't like Stevie Nicks. I don't like Lindsay Lohan. I don't like Claire McCaskill. These dreams. Oh, that's hard, isn't it? Sports cards said they grow. They're like everywhere. Like Stevie Nicks. I'm getting like ads for Stevie Nicks. Oh shit! I pissed off Cricks. Report. Do you really like Fleetwood Mac? Oh, do you want to watch the Fleetwood Mac concert from? It's like 96 or something. 97. I bet I can find that. We'll do that for Live Music Monday sometime soon. Since you guys all like Fleetwood Mac so much. Oh, Christy McVie. That's her name, wasn't it? Ooh, no. Fuzzy Simba says, yes. Oh, it's very dividing. You can be my silver spring. Oh, I hate like the first 2.5 minutes of it. But it gets like it's beautiful there, like when it like everything kicks in. I said I hated Fleetwood Mac, and then I was like kind of gushing over them. Shit. Textilian, welcome in. Well, like, the only good period of music is when they were all on coke and fucking each other, right? As I understand it. I watched their behind the music, but I don't think I cared enough to, like, retain the memory. That's usually when people make their best music. Anyway, Senator Chuck Schumer sends Kristi Noem strongly worded letter 2 weeks later regarding the Senator Padilla incident. Old Chuggy boy, always playing hardball over here.
I'm proud to have my staff join me.
Oh God, this is just a press conference. I'm sorry. No, we are not doing that. Anyway, he said the Republicans are trying to pass their big beautiful bill in a sneaky way. That's all you need to know. That is, you would literally glean nothing. Am I blaming Fleetwood Mac or the drugs? Fair enough, RB. Like I gotta admit, like the song like rips. Like once it kicks in, it's like fucking stop. You're leading me on too long. All right. Will Jasmine Crockett redeem herself in this clip? Marjorie Taylor Greene's present, so perhaps.
It's expired. I now recognize Miss Crockett from Texas for 5 minutes.
Is she only effective when opposing Marjorie Taylor Greene?
Head of Doge, if we could subpoena Elon Musk. Can we take a vote on that?
This hearing will suspend.
Well, this is the Oversight Committee, and this is on Doge cuts.
Is the clerk in place?
Adopting the
Do we have a
Doge cuts
clerk?
with the budget.
Can I make a motion that we subpoena Elon Musk right now?
The hearing has suspended.
Oh, well.
So she just suspended the hearing. She just got upset. This is the Oversight Committee. Oh, we can't subpoena Elon Musk. Come on, Marge, come back to us.
Point of inquiry? I'm trying to ask a question.
The hearing is suspended. If you can have some patience, we're suspended.
But you're all there at the hearing.
The hearing will now resume. Ms. Crockett, do you have a motion?
I didn't have a motion. I had a point of order. I was trying to determine how long it was going to take for us to call the roll. I can call it if need be.
Well, if you're not making a motion, then
already made
you
the
can
motion.
continue with your 5 minutes of
The
questioning.
motion was to subpoena Elon Musk, who was heading Doge, who is the one that made the recommendations for these cuts, yet he is yet to come before this committee. And last time I checked, none of the witnesses sitting here know anything about Doge except for what they read on the internet. I want to talk to the person.
This isn't either. You've made your motion.
Okay, well, you were asking, so I wanted to make sure you
Sounds reasonable.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Burchett,
Chair Lady, I'd like to make a motion to table that motion.
the motion is not debatable, as many are in favor of tabling the motion. Signify by saying aye. Aye.
Mr. Birdshit.
All those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the yeas have it.
Madam Chair, we
The
ask for a recorded vote.
table is agreed to. A recorded vote is ordered. The clerk.
Is Crockett the only Democrat there?
Yeah, call it.
We're going to wait 1 moment. The clerk will get the voting sheets.
Okay.
Say that.
There's like a whole 4 of them. Oh, maybe Stansberry is behind her. I think Stansberry has a chart.
Yes, the clerk will prepare for the vote, and then we'll go from there. The hearing is suspended.
Joey, did I tell you good evening? Are you going to resume the hearing, Marge?
The hearing will resume.
Thank you.
Recorded vote is ordered.
God
The clerk
damn.
will call the roll.
Mr. Cloud.
No. Oh,
Mr.
Yes, to table.
Mr. Cloud votes yes. Mr. Fallon.
What was the
Mr. Timmons.
reasoning
Mr.
for her
Timmons
doing
votes
that?
yes. Mr. Burchett. Mr. Burchett votes aye. Mr. Burleson. Mr. Jack.
Aye.
Mr. Jack votes aye. Mr. Gill. Mr. Gill votes aye. Ms. Stansberry. Ms. Norton. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Kassar. Mr. Crockett, or Miss Crockett.
No.
Miss Green.
Yes to table.
That's kind of weird. To hear some crazy noise. All my cats are accounted for.
The clerk will report the tally.
Madam Chair, the ayes are yes, the noes are 4.
The yeas have it, and the motion to table is agreed to. The committee will now resume. I now
So-
recognize Ms. Crockett for 5 minutes.
Crockett attempted to subpoena Elon Musk to come before the committee. The Republicans would have none of it. Do you remember the judge that Trump had arrested. It appears her case has been indefinitely delayed.
The trial for a Milwaukee County judge postponed indefinitely.
Judge Hannah Dugan is accused of helping an undocumented immigrant in April evade federal agents right outside of her courtroom. A week later, prosecutors charged her with obstruction. 12 News' Hannah Hilliard is joining us live outside the federal courthouse in downtown Milwaukee tonight.
And Hannah, the federal judge made that decision to delay her trial during a hearing today.
Right, Blake and Deanna, Judge Hannah Dugan was set to go on trial here at the federal courthouse in late July, but today during a hearing, as you mentioned, that federal judge deciding to delay this case. That federal judge saying he wants to rule on an important matter first. He wants to settle a motion to dismiss this case entirely before setting that trial date. With her legal team assembled,
we have been working this case nonstop. We're ready to go to trial.
Milwaukee County Judge Hannah Dugan now has a longer wait for her day in court. It was April 18th. The feds say this video captures the moment Judge Dugan approached immigration agents outside her own courtroom. She's seen directing them to the chief judge's office. As the agents walk away, a different angle shows this man, Eduardo Flores Ruiz, an undocumented Mexican.
Yeah, she was asking if they had a fucking warrant and they had to go through the
escorted
chief judicial office.
Private jury door to help him evade arrest. A week later, federal agents charged Judge Dugan with obstructing a federal investigation, arresting her at the courthouse.
Judge, anything to say about this?
She has yet to speak publicly on the case, but her legal team Wednesday did for the first time after a federal judge delayed Dugan's trial as they await a ruling on their motion to dismiss the case entirely.
The motion that's pending is obviously has implications that are.
Oh, she absolutely knows what she's doing.
To give the time to do that is understandable, but obviously we're ready to go.
Dugan's legal team wants the case dismissed, claiming the actions Dugan took as a judge are protected.
I think that the government is really trying to criminalize things that might have been said in the courtroom. And at the end of the day, you've all seen the video. This gentleman walked right by one of the agents who was in the hallway, and nothing happened.
And Hannah, what do prosecutors have to say about this motion to dismiss?
Yeah, so they call the defense's stance of judicial immunity not a valid argument in this case. I did reach out to the Department of Justice earlier today to see if they wanted to discuss this trial now being pushed back, but they declined to comment.
All right, and it seems like this story keeps developing each time we cover it, so more to come from this. Hannah Hilliard live in downtown Milwaukee for us tonight. The man judge.
Go to Florida. Tonight's edition of What the Fuck is Going On in Florida? They are constructing an immigration holding facility that has now been dubbed, has a nickname, Alligator Alcatraz.
Now at 6, plans to build the so-called Alligator Alcatraz appear to be moving forward. The immigration detention facility would be located at an isolated Everglades airfield surrounded by mosquito, python, and alligator-filled swampland. Federal officials say it'll be ready to hold immigrants in just a matter of days, but not everyone is on board with the controversial plan. Good evening, I'm Lauren Pastrana.
And I'm Jim Barry. Elliot Rodriguez has the night off. CBS News Mommy's Joan Murray's in Ochapi with reaction from both sides.
Can we get alligators with laser beams?
We watched as truck after truck made its way into the Dade Collier Training and Transition Airport. From Chopper 4, you get a clearer view of a temporary detention facility.
Somebody's making a lot of money off of this.
Attorney General James Uffmeyer here.
Florida's Attorney General posted a message about Alligator Alcatraz, his answer to housing undocumented migrants.
Not much waiting for them other than alligators and pythons.
And my initial reaction is this a joke?
Miccosukee tribe advocate Betty Osceola soon realized it wasn't a joke, but reality and moving fast, even though she said it threatens wildlife and the water supply.
I bet.
Cypress Preserve, where this runway is in the direct path of what Everglades restoration projects, and that area provides 40% of the water that makes it through the Everglades.
Last weekend, protesters lined the road, including famed photographer Clyde Butcher. whose studio is only 8 miles away.
It's the most beautiful place in the world.
The 30-square-mile track was once going to be made into an airport, but environmentalists stopped it over 55 years ago. Miami-Dade's mayor is concerned.
Well, we're reviewing everything from a legal perspective.
But it may be too late. Emergency management sent a letter saying they are moving ahead. And Homeland Security posted they are delivering on the American people's mandate for mass deportations. Can it be stopped, in your opinion?
For me, I have hope that it can.
We're building concentration camps on top of all the concentration camps we've had for years and years and years.
Moral compass.
From all indications, as you can see, the state is moving forward with this planned facility.
I bet there's a private contractor. I bet they're getting a hell of a lot of money from the state.
Everglades, Joan Murray, CBS News, Miami.
Corruption at its finest. That's the kind of facility they want to keep people in that haven't even committed a serious crime, most of them. If the only crime you've committed is being here illegally, it's not much of a crime. And let's say you're married to a Marine who served his country. It's kind of disgusting to deport their spouse, I think.
Citizens with pending deportation orders. Since President Trump returned to the White House, those undocumented immigrants, along with those convicted of crimes, have been prioritized for arrest.
No, they haven't.
Katie Weiss reports from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. On one detention, a Marine veteran is calling a betrayal.
What happened? I come home from work and my best friend, my partner, isn't here.
Being a single dad was never in this Marine veteran's plans. But it's been his reality since May when Adrian Cluot and his wife Paula went to an immigration check-in.
Which turned out to be 3 ICE agents there to arrest my wife.
What was going through your mind?
I was furious. I felt betrayed.
Outright?
They told us we had passed the interview.
The married couple had just welcomed their second child, a baby girl. They also have a toddler.
They knew I was a veteran. They just ripped her away from me and her children, from her breastfeeding the, newborn daughter. It's almost inhumane.
He says they were going through the proper channels to get her a green card, but U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services says she ignored a deportation order in 2018. His wife was brought to the U.S. at 14 by her mother, who was seeking asylum, but claims she was later abandoned.
My wife was not only a minor, but homeless when that removal order was issued. Her mom skipped the appointment. My wife was living in a homeless shelter in CPS care. And there was no way for her to know about the removal order.
The U.S. has long had a program called Parole in Place, which gives military family members who are undocumented a streamlined path to a green card. But the Trump administration has made non-citizens with pending deportation orders a priority for arrests.
Hey, baby.
Adrian Cluot now only sees his wife when he drives his kids 8 hours each week to visit her in a Louisiana detention center.
All right, I love you. I want my kids to remember who their mom is.
There is no reason to lock people up like animals like that.
She becomes a distant memory for them.
Come on. She's one of more than 6,600
to rip a mother away from her child
and children detained in the last 9 months.
Doesn't automatically get you a green card, Joey. It's still a fucking process. TV's kind of lied to you.
The prosecution and the defense have.
If you're rich, it speeds it up considerably, and it's more like 8 months to a year, I think. But like normal people, it's gonna be like years long process. Still. This story also involves a Marine veteran. He says his father was violently targeted for an arrest. He also feels betrayed by the U.S. government that he served.
Being pinned down and punched by federal immigration agents, says he feels angry and betrayed. That's because the son is a veteran whose 2 brothers are also Marines. NBC4's Teddy Chang live for us in Santa Ana with the story and the response now from the Department of Homeland Security. Teddy?
Michael, the Department of Homeland Security posting on X and also sending us a detailed statement. They say Narciso Barranco, he's the landscaper you see in that video, assaulted a federal officer with his weed whacker. His family, who is actually
with his weed whacker
at a detention center, says that's just not true, that he was just trying to defend himself.
In this widely shared video of Narciso Barranco's arrest Saturday morning, a man is heard yelling, "Why are you hitting him?" This as several immigration officers pin Barranco to the ground. One officer appears to repeatedly punch Barranco in the head.
Just didn't think it was right. I felt a lot of anger because it doesn't take 4 or 5 200-plus pound guys to get a 5'7", 150-pound guy.
That gardener holding the weed whacker is Alejandro Barranco's father, who he says is being held at a detention center in Los Angeles. Alejandro says he spoke with his father yesterday afternoon.
In the video, it appears his shoulder was dislocated, and now he got sprayed with the mace in his eyes at like a very close distance. And I asked him about it, and he just broke down, and he said his shoulder was hurt, like it hurt a lot. And then he said his eyes burned. And he was
Are they trying to run over him too? Jesus.
Was working as he does every Saturday as a gardener at the IHOP on Ritchie and Edinger in Santa Ana when he was detained. Alejandro says his father's first concern, he asked his son to finish the landscaping job he had to leave behind.
Did he go get my truck? Did he go get the tools? Did he go talk to the guy? He's like, I still need a leaf blow the parking lot. He said, can you go do that for me, please?
Alejandro says his father is a hardworking man with no criminal history and a father of 3 sons who are all U.S. Marines.
I felt betrayed, yes. I did feel betrayed because it's just, like, these are my people, and then my dad is also my people. Like, the community is my people, the military is my people. At the end of the day, it's like my people against my people, and I don't know, I feel hurt.
As we interviewed Alejandro, the Department of Homeland Security posted this on X, saying his father, quote, assaulted federal law enforcement with a weed whacker. Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin then sent us a statement responding to our request for comment, saying in part, he then fled through a busy intersection and raised the weed whacker again at the agent. The illegal alien refused to comply every step of the way, resisting commands, fighting handcuffs, and refusing to identify himself.
Strange people just pull up on, and that's how you know they're not actually going after criminals. They get shot. Fragwitz, good evening.
Saw Saturday.
He was protecting himself. Yeah, exactly. That's what I saw.
They are literally under orders
Alejandro says he
to not go into gang areas for their own safety.
They're doing what they think is right, but I just hope that they find a place in their heart for people like my dad.
Alejandro says his father had been in touch previously with an immigration attorney to talk about the possibility of parole in place, which helps undocumented family members of the military stay here in the U.S. But he says his father works 7 days a week and just didn't have the time and the resources to follow up before Saturday. We're live in Santa Ana. Hetty Chang.
Was doing things the right way. Representative Ted Lieu discussing the assault of this Marine's dad.
Camera spotlight hearing, and thank you to the attorneys general from the amazing state you're coming from. A number of you I have briefed at the vice chair presentations, so I appreciate you doing that. And I served with Attorney General Ellison. So I'm going to ask some questions of Attorney General Ellison, but all of you are welcome to respond. Last week, I had the honor of meeting with a number of immigrant rights groups, and they were describing horrific incidents where you would have folks wearing masks who we assume were law enforcement agents, maybe not, who were routing people.
We don't know.
Vans without due process, sometimes using excessive force, sometimes
the idea has been floated around that they should arrest one of them and make them prove who they are.
That didn't have reasonable suspicion, and none of this had any judicial warrants. So I'm going to ask Attorney General Ellis some questions. The standard for arrest for a law enforcement official to arrest a person is probable cause, correct?
Right.
Skin color, race, and ethnicity does not constitute probable cause, correct?
That's absolutely right.
And if I may say so, I mean, we've seen Sheriff Joe Arpaio convicted for contempt of court because he continued to
Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison
to immigration enforcement. So it's not only statutory law, but there have been a number of cases that find this very point.
Thank you. Now, law enforcement officials can do what's called detaining a person, something less than an arrest, and the standard for that is reasonable suspicion, correct?
That's right.
Skin color, race, and ethnicity does not constitute a basis for reasonable suspicion.
It is. Welcome in.
That's absolutely right.
In fact, that would be mass racial profiling if someone did that, correct?
I would say, yeah, absolutely. That's clear precedent.
And so what we're seeing are ICE raids at Home Depots, parks, and other public places.
IHOPs with weed whackers.
So essentially, they're just engaging in mass racial profiling. They're basically just going after people based on their skin color or race or ethnicity. And the problem is, not only that mass racial profiling, you also end up detaining U.S. citizens, detaining people who have the right to be here. And so I urge state officials to look at that and do anything you can to stop that. Sometimes you have people who are bystanders and they film this activity. And I just want to make sure that people who are bystanders can film what ICE agents are doing in the public. They have a right to do that, correct?
Right. You cannot obstruct or interrupt, but you can. You have a First Amendment right to.
And it's because some folks filmed activity that we have this article from KTLA, a respected local news organization in Los Angeles. The title—
We're big fans of KTLA over here.
U.S. Border Patrol vest takes Santa Ana father after repeatedly hitting him. The first sentence of the story is, in a graphic video that has since gone viral on social media, about 7 more masked men wearing U.S. Border Patrol vests are seen violently detaining a father in Santa Ana before forcing him into the back of an unmarked car on Saturday. That father also happens to be the father of 3 U.S. Marines. And people have the absolute right to film and to send that to the press. So the Department of Homeland Security has said that there's been an increase on assaults on their agents. So let me just first say, anyone assaulting a federal agent or any law enforcement officer, that is a crime.
It's totally based.
If you do that, you're going to be prosecuted.
It's a crime. You're correct on that, but like it's totally based.
Wants their agents to be respected, they cannot violate the law. They cannot arrest people without probable cause. They cannot detain people without reasonable suspicion. They cannot engage in mass raids without judicial warrants. They cannot use excessive force, and they should not act like vigilante folks wearing masks. So that's what is happening. And I just want to ask this question to you. If this video is true, and in fact, the Border Patrol agents just beat up a person.
It is. We just watched it.
Can state and local authorities go ahead and charge those federal officials if the Trump Department of Justice does not do so?
What I'll say is that nobody's allowed to break the law or assault somebody. If you are a member of law enforcement and you assault somebody, it would be subject to Fourth Amendment analysis under a case called Graham versus Connor. The law enforcement would be able to would have the affirmative defense of reasonableness, but there is no immunity to assault people by anyone, including law enforcement. As a matter of fact, everybody is subject to the Fourth Amendment. There is an affirmative defense for law enforcement, but there is no blanket permission to use violence against somebody, and certainly none to do it on the basis of racial targeting or profiling or anything like that. I'm not familiar with the case that you mentioned, but I can tell you that in order to arrest somebody on a non-judicial, on a detainer hold or something like that, you have to have objective criteria. It can't simply be race. It can't be national dress. It can't be language. It's got to be stuff like, well, they looked you up and there's no match in the immigration database. There's got to be that there's a removal order for you. It has to be something like you admit that you entered the country unlawfully. It has to be, there could be an expired visa, but it cannot be some criteria such as race, national origin, language, stuff like that. And of course, excessive force is something that the Fourth Amendment does not permit.
Thank you. I yield back.
A lot of legalese. Thank you, Keith Ellison. Let's go to, I paused it. So we're going to go, this is not live anymore. This is the mayoral race. We're going to hear from Brad Landers.
We did not really see, for the most part, that humility from the Andrew Cuomo and his campaign. Instead, they acted like they've done this before. They knew everyone. And I think that idea that he was a quasi-incumbent didn't fly with a lot of voters, especially because he was damaged goods and left Albany. Basically, he was run out of town because of the sexual harassment accusations against him.
We watch a lot of police chases on
Run an
KTLA.
inside and outside campaign, right? He's saying, oh, New York is really screwed up. It's in crisis. We need to make some changes. On the other hand, you know, and some of the other candidates did point this out.
This is
you're
just a few minutes ago, waiting on
the whole state. You bear some responsibility
Brad Lander to speak.
Whatever it is that's not going right in New York right now.
Mamdani currently sitting at 43.5% of the vote with 89% of the vote in.
Mistakes he made, either with handling COVID, saying that nothing was perfect, handling the sexual harassment scandals that drove him from the job, and reintroducing himself to voters. He had name recognition, but that clearly hasn't been enough tonight.
Okay, let's go back out to Brooklyn, where Brad Lander is about to address his supporters. We're in Park Slope there, and if somebody could get those signs down. Oh, there we go.
I'm under strict no dancing orders.
No, dance for us.
Meg Barnett, everyone. I could have gotten not one more vote than the people standing on this stage today, and I would still be the luckiest guy in the city of New York. Woo! Thank you all for being here tonight.
So one would assume
the votes are still being counted.
The vast majority of his votes go to Mamdani.
Will take a few days, but this much is clear.
So this time next week,
we are sending Andrew Cuomo back to the suburbs.
We'll know that Zohran Mamdani will be the Democratic nominee in the New York mayoral race. And then the real work begins. Holy shit. This is going to be a hell of a slog.
With our help, Zohran Mamdani will be the Democratic nominee for the mayor of the city of New York. And we are on a path to win a city that all New Yorkers can afford and where everyone belongs. I really can't put into words what the support of everyone in this room tonight means. You all did so much to make this campaign possible. There are leaders here from organizations and people who supported me long before it was cool. I want to especially
shout out cool now. I don't think Cuomo has the vote out to be able to
economic justice.
To overcome it, but he's still going to be a thorn in our side. He's still going to be running in the race.
We have some other amazing people in the room, like State Assembly Member Emily Gallagher. Thank you. And I'll mention a few more later as I see them and as they come in. But all of you, I mean, will everyone in this room who hosted a house party raise your hand? How about everyone who made a contribution to this campain?
And how wild that he is going to pull this out in decisive fashion.
15 years.
It looks like.
I really can't believe you all.
Now, is that what you guys were saying in the chat earlier? Like, were you saying, like, oh, there's no way Zohran did you mean tonight?
Public service is building the best teams.
Or did you mean in November? Because, like, once again, November, completely different story. Whitey Tilson.
Our volunteers and especially, boy, our campaign staff. The
0.8% of the New York population that voted for Whitey Tilson better just be his family.
You've got the right people in place. So let's hear it for
the best like a hedge fund dude, venture capitalist.
Raise your hands, Landers, Team Landers staff, please. Also, the only unionized staff in the campaign. You
unions.
Wrote the best policies and plans. That's hands down.
I would assume Lander is going to be a part of Mamdani administration.
Hit after hit. You were the best.
Unless maybe he has higher aspirations to run for Congress. He now has a much higher profile.
He succeeded in making me look good on TikTok. Really, your devotion, your passion, your belief in me.
You got to do the Late Show last night.
More than I could possibly communicate. And we had some incredible consultants on this race, so thank you, Berlin Rosen and Global Strategy and Blake Zeff and everybody else who worked on this team. I also need to thank some of the most important people in my life and on this campaign. I mean, of course, the New York Times editorial board. Just kidding, of course. I love Wordle and connections, but I really urge the Times to cancel their new feature, editorial riddles.
Editorial board refused to endorse anybody.
No, obviously.
But vaguely endorsed Cuomo, kind of.
Are standing here behind me, my incredible parents, Carol and David. I'm sorry that Andrew Cuomo attacked St. Louis in the debate. We showed him. But really, I often say that my parents are proud of me like it's the 5th grade spelling bee, which I did not win.
Harvey Epstein.
And I couldn't be prouder.
Anthony Weiner. Anthony Weiner. Didn't look like he was going to win, actually.
Shout out and thank you to Meg's sister Beth, who is here.
So good on New Yorkers.
Sister Rachel.
That was Brad Lander speaking in Park Slope. Let's go over to where Zelnor Myrie is in Brooklyn, speaking to his supporters.
A man with very quiet confidence who helped us build what we have today, who was a constant source of advice. Mark Guma, he's here. Give it up for him. My organizing director who had everybody in t-shirts doing the hard work, doing the feelings. Give it up for Rebecca. Make some noise. Had an amazing digital team, Zinsser and Harmony, doing amazing work every single day. Give it up for them. And to my government team.
I think so, RB.
The service to this community.
That's a good question. Let me find that out.
Helped us still deliver while running for mayor. Who helped us save SUNY Downstate and got $1 billion invested in. Who helped us to establish an Office of Gun Violence Prevention and get $3 million in it. Who helped us to pass much more legislation to uplift this community. I want to give a big round of applause to Godfrey.
No, it is not the regular election, the general election.
Please give it up. Please give it up.
It is special elections and primaries.
And I, of course, have to thank my family.
That's what threw me off.
My mom, who everybody knows, and everybody loves. My dad, who we brought out of retirement to come do every single thing that this campaign needed. Please give it up for my parents.
I'm ready to hear from Andrew Cuomo here momentarily.
There's a very pretty woman in the audience.
No, thank you for asking an excellent question. Everybody needs to know the answer to that. That was great information.
Who sacrificed a lot of time with me, who gave up a lot for us.
Yeah, this is Zelnor Myrie. Let's go ahead. We'll skip ahead. Andrew Cuomo.
that really put together a marvelous campaign and worked so hard. I've worked with a lot of different groups of people, and I've been through a lot of campaigns. But I have to tell you, this was a really special, talented group of people. I want to thank all the elected officials who stepped up. I want to thank the labor leaders who stepped up. I want to thank the carpenters, where we got it started.
The carpenters.
In 1199. Give them a round of applause.
He looks like he'd be a crooked union boss.
Thank Mayor Bloomberg, who stepped forward in a big way.
Light one up, tip one back, RB.
I enjoyed having the team back together again. I'll tell you the truth. People came back from when I was at HUD. The old HUD team came.
He did it again.
30 years ago. And the Attorney General team, that's 20 years ago, and the governor's team, and friends that go back to my childhood. So it was.
He could very well win.
It was all enjoyable, and I'm very proud of the campaign that we ran, and I'm proud of the effort that we put forth, and I'm proud of the issues.
But it becomes a much different race when you have
tonight
Eric Adams, Cuomo, and Mamdani.
Tonight was Assemblyman
and Jojo Siwa.
And he
Dark Horse Jojo Siwa for the win.
And he touched young people and inspired them and moved them.
Touched young people. Did you hear that?
And he really ran a highly impactful campaign. I called him, I congratulated him, I applaud him sincerely for his effort, and let's give him a round of applause and thank him for his campaign. Now, I want to look at...
I feel like he said that Zoran touched young people.
This ranked choice voting and what the numbers actually say and do. There is no doubt that there are important issues that are facing this city. That's why this election is so imperative. That's why so many people came out to vote. Because these are real issues.
Technically, there's still a statistical possibility, but just the fact that they ran the campaign that Landers
so the challenge
told his supporters to rank Mamdani
consideration
and to not rank Cuomo. You've got to expect
to help address
conservatively 75% of the vote.
But most of all, the best way to help the city, and that's what.
So it looks like Mamdani cruises
as we go forward.
But statistically, Cuomo he's still in the race.
So we'll be looking at that.
You're correct. This is going to end up being
the work is what is most important.
Possibly about a 7-point win.
The progress for the city at this important time is what is.
Polls showed him like neck and neck, maybe slightly in the lead last night.
Say thank you again from the bottom of my heart for your really fantastic effort and friendship. Again, I want to applaud the assemblyman.
But I saw a meme or a post or something, and it's like every 6 months or so, that candidate comes along that can really touch young people.
He deserved it.
They can reach out to a new constituency, and the Democrats hate them because they won't take Lockheed Martin money.
But I love each and every one of you, and I thank you for what you've done. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Sacrificial Mills, welcome in.
Very much.
We're going to be hearing from Mamdani momentarily. We weren't live there. Wanted to give you all the speeches. We are back live.
Your speech earlier
Andrew
today,
Cuomo conceded to Zoran Mamdani.
not necessarily getting the matching funds. What's your message now? What were you bringing to the race that you maybe didn't see in the other candidates at the time?
I was bringing in a voice, number one, as being, the Speaker of the City Council, bringing in that experience. The one who has successfully negotiated city budgets, about to close our next one. An amazing
So if Cuomo is conceded,
the one who is already doing the work.
next week doesn't really matter, I guess. I get
And repeat that as well.
they haven't called the race.
So joyful about this experience. Everything has been fantastic. And again, I'm still in this race.
Yeah, I was going to say that the poll that came out yesterday had you a distant fifth. You're actually fourth now. Do you consider that a successful win for right now?
Oh, you better believe it. We are still in this race, moving this race along again for the voice of the voiceless.
Well, it's like I said, Lander
all along.
told his supporters to vote Mamdani, not rank Cuomo. There's a huge drop off. Adams got 4%. There's 2% for the next candidate. Everybody else is less than 1%.
Advantage.
So there's just
Zoran Mamdani has run ahead.
there's the outside possibility that all of Lander's voters ranked Cuomo second, but I just don't think that happened.
About that, and we're waiting for next Tuesday when the real results come through. But he ran a heck of a race.
I wanted to ask you, there's rumors that
So it looks like Zoran Mamdani is indeed the Democratic nominee. It's all but official.
Don't know anything about that. I keep hearing that rumor spiraling out, but
So yeah, DJ Dub, this is where the actual fight starts.
the LG, and I don't know where that came from.
Would you be open to it?
I never say never to a lot of things.
I don't think they can give it to Sliwa.
But for right now, that is not on my horizon.
I do not think they're not gonna ruin it and give it to JoJo Siwa.
Thank you so much. You heard right
They're going to ruin it and give it to Eric Adams. That's what I think is the most likely scenario. I don't think Cuomo
City politics, Arrow, back to you.
wins. I think Cuomo takes enough of the Democratic vote that Eric Adams.
Standing by at the Andrew Cuomo campaign headquarters. What is the mood there? I see a lot of empty chairs. Did everybody clear out already?
Yeah, Errol, people cleared out pretty quickly after that pretty stunning speech from Andrew Cuomo for folks in the room. But I do want to mention I have an update, some clarification from the campaign. Here's how they want us to read that speech. Andrew Cuomo will take his time, wait for the ranked choice voting results to come in. He'll analyze the numbers and then decide whether or not he will continue to run in the November general election on the independent ballot line that he already has set up. Fight and deliver. Up until Andrew Cuomo delivered that speech, folks in this room, they were
What's the chances that he doesn't run?
telling me they don't believe a candidate will reach 50% tonight, so they were trying to say they wanted to wait until the ranked choice voting results came in, even though it became apparent that Andrew Cuomo would have a pretty difficult time catching up to Zoran Mamdani. This was supposed to be Andrew Cuomo's political comeback after he stepped down as governor back in 2021. And he is running a race, well, he ran this race because he did, of course, refer to this campaign now in the past tense. He ran.
Okay, so here's the thing: is Andrew Cuomo is kind of a bad candidate.
Political
So's Eric Adams.
Won in November, just months after he was convicted in a Manhattan courtroom. But throughout my time covering this campaign, time and time again, we saw questions.
It's probably really loud in there, and the headset might be like talking to a producer or something.
There were some very enthusiastic supporters.
I thought it was odd myself. Like, even if I wanted to do that, I'd flip the other microphone up.
Had not fully
No reason for it.
responsibility. So again, Andrew Cuomo, he delivered a speech that many people in this room seemed pretty stunned to hear, that he was conceding the race tonight, not even waiting for the ranked choice voting tabulations to happen. And I think there will be.
It's possible she's working for two different news agencies, and they literally need two different audio sources.
Back. For the most part, they kept Andrew Cuomo away from the public, away from the campaign trail for months. Pretty much the only time we saw Andrew Cuomo was on Sunday mornings when he would speak to black churches.
He would speak to black churches.
Even as poll numbers showed Zoran Mamdani continuing to narrow the gap, Andrew Cuomo continued with this rose garden strategy. We saw, campaign teams out for Zoran Mamdani.
I've still got so much fucking news.
Where they reached $1 million. We never quite saw that same
There's Diddy.
round game for Andrew Cuomo. Even
There's a woman killed, woman and her date killed by her ex-husband.
he was in his 20s. So many, many questions that people in this campaign
campaign.
Remember the one with Karen Reed, my lady up in, what was it, Massachusetts?
What was a positive tone has sort of
Possibly killed that cop. The cop's family says they're getting taunted.
Now, Ayanna,
I got RFK versus AOC.
Organizations that supported him, the Queens County organization, the Brooklyn Democratic organization.
I've got a semi-truck exploding.
Organization. Were those party bosses there, standing with him? Were they there? You know,
I got so much shit to talk about.
Errol, we were hoping to speak with Rodney Bishop. She is, the head of the Brooklyn Democrats, someone who 4 years ago called on Andrew Cuomo to resign, and then 4 years ago was one of the first prominent backers of his campaign for mayor. We were looking for her throughout the evening. I don't think
I had to put some shit off until tomorrow night.
So many of the unions that have been behind Andrew Cuomo in recent days, they were not here.
We're going to stick around. We're going to hear from Zohran Mamdani. That's what we're waiting on right now.
Volunteers that have come out for weeks. And thank you to the people.
We're at the Cuomo
room never really
rally where they have totally cleared out. He did not get over 50% tonight, but like statistically,
Andrew Cuomo held get out the
he's won. Like he's won the Democratic nomination.
The rest of us,
Andrew Cuomo is conceded, but he's not going to come out with over 50%.
Thanks a lot for that, Ayanna. Let's go to Mark Levine. I believe he's addressing his supporters in Manhattan right now.
Mark Levine?
Are we fired up?
Oh, not Mark Levin. That's a different dude. We are live.
Mark Levine. 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 Mark Levine.
LL Bean. LL Bean.
Are we fired up? Well, I'm Queensboro President Donovan Richards.
I have this is like this is a comptroller race. This is for Brad Lander's old seat.
But look at this coalition.
Click the bean. Click the bean.
Put together. And when you look at what's happening around this country, how our value
is Levine a Jewish name or is Levin a Jewish name? Are you accusing me of anti-Semitism?
Under attack, civil rights.
Is that Hunter Biden?
Women's rights under attack, immigrant rights under attack. We have a comptroller who understands that our diversity is our strength in New York City. And Mark Levine.
That is a really diverse crowd. I gotta hand it to him.
He's been true to this for a long time.
If that's your inner circle, like
union for underserved communities.
You literally look like a fucking TV stereotype from the 90s. Like we gotta have
led the city council's health committee.
One token everywhere.
Dr. Fauci during COVID. So the math is mathing tonight. We got the right one to be our next fiscal watchdog, and that is none other than Mark Levine.
War Machine, I tried to like stay spoiler free, story kind of free about things. Like I've seen the blah 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 later movies. So like I will watch that one eventually. What like I've heard in passing is that it sucks.
But let me just say this.
I think I heard it sucks.
Is going to make sure that he puts.
But then that could just be people like, oh, it got woke, so like I'll give it my own shot.
He's responsible for supposed to
War Machine heard things.
Every day, New York.
Is it out? Like, can you watch it somewhere? Can I download it? Because I might watch it this weekend. Oh shit, no, I can't. I'm going to
make sure.
We're doing on Friday. We're doing Globus panel on AI, 5:30 p.m. Eastern. I know Curiouser was like, what a weird time. I'm like, you should have seen us, like the message is trying to get together.
The most diverse county.
We busy people, apparently.
190 countries, 360.
5:30 this Friday. And here's the thing is I don't think I actually agreed. I think I was the last person. So like Globus is probably hearing me agree to it at this.
So tonight, our city is united in the fight to make.
I'm sorry, my lord.
Responsibility, but also that we make this city work for everyday New Yorkers. With that being said,
we made it happen. It's gonna be me, producer Dave, Redolent Thought, Globus the Elder. This Friday, 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
But none other, our next comptroller of the city of
That's
New York.
2:30 out on the Pacific Coast. Absolutely, my lord. I always try to make sure the VODs are up. I don't know about Globus. That wasn't like a shot at it. I don't know like what like. I don't know why people don't keep VODs up or do keep VODs up. I don't understand the ecosystem. My shit's everywhere. I just do like my cum. I spray it everywhere. Like I'm on Kick, I'm on BitChute, I'm on.
Do this. Is Queens in the house?
Let's go. Queens, get the money.
It represents my personality. I'm a whore.
President of the world's borough.
Hell yeah.
Donovan Richards, my brother.
The VOD will totally be available on one of our channels for sure.
Is Brooklyn in the house?
Oh, he white.
Brooklyn always has to be loudest. It's very annoying. Is the Boogie Down Bronx in the house?
Okay, he's probably Jewish.
Right, make some noise now. Is Staten Island in the house?
Go.
Was that racist of me?
All right. Go.
You were wondering about his name.
Yo no hablo los 300 idiomas de Queens, pero hablo 2 o 3. Y quiero que ustedes sepan de lo más profundo de mi corazón cuántos les quiero a ustedes todos. Muchísimas gracias a todos y a todos. Un aplauso, señores.
He sounded like he was pretty fluent. In French.
Now, I got some people to thank, but I want to start by acknowledging my incredible family.
He knew a little French you could throw in there. That was good. That's slick.
Beautiful, beautiful thing to have my mother, Adele Levine, here.
This guy might have a future.
She worked the poll site.
He's got some personality.
PS 187 because of my mom. And my amazing family.
So Democratic nominee, and that pretty much assures that he is going to be
my son
the comptroller.
My son Daniel. My sister Jennifer.
It's one of those, it's so close to being official, but not official.
You also.
This is the next comptroller of New York City.
Every one of you in this room who knocked on doors, who worked the phones, who hit
the position Brad Lander
on social media. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Currently holds.
Have you seen these results?
Yeah.
That's you. That's you. You gave the voters of this city hope that we can build affordable housing. That we can fix.
Justin Brandon kind of looks like Bill Burr, but you can only see like a little thumbnail.
We can fight back against the madman in the White House.
Amen.
And we can use this office of comptroller to do it.
Apparently the ceasefire is holding, but you know.
This amazing coalition.
I think they're just getting ready to wake up.
Out here with me tonight.
Over in the Middle East.
Shaker Christian and council member from Queens. Give it up for Assembly Member Brian Cunningham. He was out there freezing his you-know-what off on day 1 in December. Give it up for my sister Linda Lee. Give it up for the leader of the Brooklyn Democratic Party, Assemblymember Rodney's Bashot Hermelin.
Mark Levine declaring victory. He's not quite there yet, but he's at 48%.
He's pretty much got it snagged up.
Until next week to make it official, but clearly in the lead.
We're waiting on Memdami to speak.
Thanking all of his supporters. Let's go to Bobby Kuza, who's at the big board with some results in some surprisingly close city council races.
Yes, some surprisingly close. Some incumbents actually fared better than we thought they would. But let's go to City Council District 2 in Manhattan. This is the one we've been telling you about where...
I say let's go to the news. I'll keep this up and try to see when Mamdani comes out. We'll take Mamdani when he speaks. Because I'm sure everybody here wants to see RFK versus AOC. And quality content.
Questioning. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary Kennedy, for being here today. It's actually not our first time meeting. We met a very, very long time ago when I was 9 years old in Westchester Putnam County at a Riverkeeper event.
Did he touch you?
And I remember back then you talking about the importance of science and environmental action at that time. Listening to a lot of your discussion and a lot of the messages that you provide to people, you talk a lot about corporate influence and corruption in government. And this is an area that's very important to me, and it's an area that I do a lot of work in. I am, as a public servant, completely financially divested of any conflicts of interest with any healthcare companies, any stocks, any lawsuits that I would financially benefit from. Are you?
Yes.
You're completely divested.
Yes.
You have no financial interest in any lawsuit, crypto, none of that.
There you go.
Okay. Crypto? I own Bitcoin.
Okay. And do you have any other securities or assets?
I don't. I mean,
Of course he owns Bitcoin.
Government ethics, and I had a few interests that were very minor that I divested.
Okay, just checking. I'd always like to.
It's a good question.
I always like to
I'm
know
glad you asked it.
what the field is before I enter conversations. So thank you for that. In the healthcare space, something that we've both spoken to is that some of the worst actors are in the for-profit medical space. Are in for-profit health insurance, big pharma, et cetera. And one of the worst companies actually is United Healthcare in this respect. United Healthcare is the largest health insurance company in the country. They are the largest employer of doctors and own thousands of pharmacies, clinics, surgery centers, and home health agencies, as well as hospice providers. Secretary Kennedy, are you aware that President Trump's Department of Justice is reportedly investigating United Healthcare for criminal insurance fraud?
Oh, fuck.
In some of their for-profit health insurance
The Lord
plans,
needs to
like
buy us
Medicare
dinner.
Advantage?
I'm not aware of that investigation.
You are not aware that the Trump Department of Justice
I wish I'd mined some coin.
is investigating the largest insurance company in America that
No, I'm not aware of.
He wants to have her baby. Oh
Medicare
my
Advantage
No, I'm not aware of that.
that you have jurisdiction over?
It doesn't surprise me.
Okay.
You live in
your submitted
sexual
testimony,
anarchy?
you said HHS takes seriously our role as responsible stewards of taxpayer dollars. Are you aware that for-profit insurance corporations like
I haven't slept
Healthcare
well
have
because
been
I haven't
found
had
to be
pot. Now I
defrauding
got stoned like I'm kind of
public
sleepy.
dollars of more than 80
I'm trying to wait for Mamdani to get out here.
I'm not aware of that number, but
You're
I'm
not
aware
aware
that
of
there's
that?
fraud across the for-profit sector.
Respectfully, Secretary Kennedy, if we're making decisions around waste, fraud, and abuse, this is the largest source of waste, fraud, and abuse of public dollars in the public insurance
You
space.
say $80 million?
$80 billion a year.
80, did you
and
say 80 million or 80 billion?
80 with a B.
Billion with a B.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If that's the case, why did you nearly double the rate that taxpayer dollars give for-profit insurance companies like United next year if you don't know those things?
Double the rate? How did I do that?
So your agency nearly doubled the taxpayer dollars that for-profit insurance corporations like United will be paid next year, meaning these companies, the largest of whom is under investigation, criminal investigation by the Trump administration, will be receiving an additional
What do you have to do to get the Trump administration to open a criminal investigation into
from
you?
your agency.
How is that happening?
I would be happy to submit to the congressional record evidence of this. I will enter the CMS press release from April 7th of 2025 into the record, which states that Medicare Advantage corporations will now receive a 5.06% increase in payments next year under your jurisdiction, Mr. Secretary. This is up from 2.2%.
I mean, what raised
without objection from the Biden administration. You are doubling the rate that the Biden.
The gentlelady's time has
criminally
expired.
investigated companies.
The gentlelady's time has expired. The chair now recognizes the gentleman.
It was just getting good. All right, I want to make sure I do this one before we get out of here. Hold on. It was a wild fucking video. I love this kind of shit. I don't know where it happened at.
LMPD has released their report on the fiery semi-crash that shut down I-65 for most of the day back on June 13th.
Oh no, this is not the one I wanted.
Human error as a factor in the crash, saying that the driver didn't have the truck under control. The semi was heading into Kentucky from Indiana on I-65 southbound, and as the driver was changing lanes at the split from 65 to Jefferson Street,
this is a different one.
Barrier. Now that impact caused the semi to catch fire and left it dangling over Spaghetti Junction as the driver jumped out. He was hurt but survived. Minutes later, the flaming semi-trailer dropped onto a ramp below, and the report notes that it was raining at the time and the interstate was wet.
Yeah, like that happened like last month, I think it said. This was last week in Oklahoma. Anita, Oklahoma. What a name.
Whoa, baby. Whoa! Whoa! I see that! Oh! Ow! What? Whoa, baby!
Car.
Whoa!
Smashed into the truck. Semi truck in Veneta, Oklahoma exploded after a wrong way driver crashed into it.
Whoa! I see that! Oh! Ow! What? Whoa, baby.
Was it a wrong way or was it the car spun out of control?
Whoa, baby.
Maybe a medical emergency?
I see that. Oh! Ow! What?
The driver of the truck only sustained minor injuries.
Whoa, baby.
The driver of the car fled the scene, was apprehended and charged with reckless driving. Among other charges, were they intoxicated?
Whoa! I see that. Oh! Ow! Whoa, baby. Whoa!
It looked like they just spun out.
What?
They called it a wrong way driver.
Whoa,
I mean, they ended up going the wrong way.
Whoa! I see that. Oh! Ow!
Wild.
its results ends up going
back to the
anti-Semitism ballot line when it comes to the November
live results of the
being
New York
said,
City mayoral race.
Zohran Mamdani is going into this general election as the front runner here. I mean, we are obviously a majority Democratic voter city, but we have never had a Democratic socialist on the Democratic primary line. He's most likely going to have the Working Families Party line as well. I mean, can we say that he is the front
We haven't
runner?
had for all the contested elections that we've had under Mike Bloomberg and under other people, under Rudy Giuliani, we've never had an election that wasn't a binary choice between two people since 1977. That was so long ago. How long ago was that? That was so long ago that Andrew Cuomo was a 19-year-old Nepo baby, too young to drink legally, running his father's campaign. That's how old. The man we just saw, who may or may not have conceded, that he was 19 years old the last time this happened. That was a really long time ago. We're going to have at least a three-way race. It's just to say, if it is the Assemblyman Mamdani and a Republican nominee and Eric Adams, at least plus an independent
Jim Walden.
Yeah. So it's at least a four-way race, and a Republican walks in with 30% of the vote. 30% of the vote in a four-way race with no runoffs, and where it's just the first person theoretically past 25% could win.
That's exactly what I was going to say, is you do not need 51% of the vote here. No. This isn't ranked choice voting. Viewers at home, this is not ranked choice voting when it comes to the November general election. It is just whoever gets the most amount of votes. That's and with four people in the race, potentially Andrew Cuomo, we'll see if he ends up, if Andrew Cuomo ends up in this race, it's obviously going to complicate matters that much further. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. We really appreciate all of your insight and analysis. Errol,
it's going to be complicated.
Right, thanks very much, Courtney. If you are just joining us as we come up on the 11 o'clock hour, we have been covering all of the results coming.
This is going to be a fun race to watch.
Right now, it is 11 p.m.
As a political commentator,
is on the verge of a major political upset. Andrew Cuomo said earlier in a speech to his supporters that he called Mamdani to congratulate him on his victory. Zohran Mamdani is ahead by a little more than 7 points, but he would still need more than 50% to officially clinch the nomination. It may not become official until next week when ranked choice voting is calculated.
Yeah, it's everything but official at this point in time.
Mark Levine, as
Zohran Mamdani is the Democratic nominee
threshold as well. Joining me now to
New York City mayoral race.
Bobby Kuza, he's at the big board. And Bobby, show us what it is looking like.
I mean, the truth is the numbers haven't changed all that much. I mean, we've been talking about this throughout the night. The fact that we expected the initial tally just after 9 o'clock to favor Zohran Mamdani because we knew he did well with the early vote, with the mail-in vote, and that's what we were going to
hasn't budged. First did just as well with the same-day vote, it looks like.
9 o'clock, and sure enough, when that data came in, Zohran Mamdani was up by 9 points. So it looked like maybe he had an early lead, but that lead was going to shrink over the course of the night as the day of vote came in, which we thought was going to favor Andrew Cuomo. It turns out that's not really what happened at all. He started with a 9-point lead, and it is down now to what? Just 7.1.
7.5 or something?
Hardly shrank at all.
No, it's about 7.
This really defied our expectations. I mean, earlier I was talking about the sort of trajectory that Zohran Mamdani
91% of the vote is
last
in.
Few months. If you look at the polls from Emerson College, he went from 1% of the vote in February to 10% in March, 22% in May, 32% in June.
And you see the live shot at Zohran Mamdani's
his numbers
campaign headquarters,
static. He was a known,
I guess not headquarters, at their campaign
100%
party
name recognition
after party deal.
Among the Democratic primary electorate. People knew whether they liked Andrew Cuomo or whether they didn't like Andrew Cuomo. And in fact, some of those showed that Andrew Cuomo's unfavorability numbers were around 47%. So you already had a good chunk of the electorate that was probably not going to come out and turn out for Andrew Cuomo. And so the rest of the primary electorate was sort of up for grabs, and it just seemed like Zohran Mamdani was taking a larger and larger share of that as people got to know him and his campaign and his policies. So now he's up.
Was he really going to kill Joe Rogan? I would be a Liver King fan. Oh, my God.
For all intents and purposes, has been decided tonight on primary night itself, which is not how we thought things were going to go. We thought we were going to sort of be left up in the air at the end of the night tonight, and, you know, in a state of suspended animation, waiting to see what would happen a week from now. And things have played out very differently, really an unexpected turn of events here tonight in the city.
And of course, Andrew Cuomo is one of the most experienced politicians in New York. And he sized it.
Okay, I'm usually not into the drama or anything, but like this is where it crosses into my territory. When you're getting arrested, you're making local news stories. That's totally my territory. Let's do it.
Media influencer known online as Liver King has been arrested in Austin, accused of making a terroristic threat. Sources confirmed with KXAN that the Brian Johnson listed in the jail log is in fact the social media influencer. He has nearly 3 million Instagram followers. Terroristic threats is a Class B misdemeanor. Investigators have not confirmed who the alleged threat was made against, but in an Instagram video Johnson posted on Monday, he said in part, quote, "Joe Rogan, I am calling you out. My name is Liver King. Man to man, I'm picking a fight with you. I have no training in jiu-jitsu, but you're a black belt. You should dismantle me," end quote.
That just sounds like a
online
friendly challenge. Wait, what? Whoa, 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 whoa. That just sounded like because Joe Rogan's into MMA. That just sounded like a friendly challenge to me. I'm free Liver King. Free Liver King. Free Liver King. My man has been wrongly imprisoned. Boo!
Mamdani did especially well as the votes rolled in today.
Yeah, and I'm sure, you know, we'll see people do the more detailed breakdown by assembly district and so forth. This is just borough-wide numbers. Looks a little bit like an Irish flag here, but the orange is for Zoran. And if you look at Brooklyn, that's where, you know, he really runs up the score, about a 17-point delta there in Brooklyn. We expected Mamdani to do well there. We weren't sure about the other boroughs. I mean, Queens was a borough where it looked like Cuomo could perform well. Instead, Mamdani winning Queens by about 8 points.
Day it is, but it starts today. I don't even know what day it is, but it's starting, and I'm not gonna go to sleep, and I am gonna sleep. I'm gonna rest, but right now I'm gonna fight. I'm gonna fight for my family, for what's right, and I'm not gonna stop. And I'm gonna fight until oh, there's a cockroach. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Oh, there you are. Yeah. Oh, there you little cockroach friend. Yeah. Oh, my friend. Do y'all see him? Yeah.
The cockroach is a plant.
Come here, little cockroach. Starts today.
I thought he was going to grab the cockroach and eat it. Is that what he did? Or is that just the...
Okay, real quick, P.S. What I'm hoping is that you, Joe Rogan, are thinking, I'm going to choke that motherfucker out, lights out, I'm going to choke him out. And I kind of hope that if you win, that's how it happens, because like to wake up from that dream, that's a good feeling. And then anything else that you could break on me, break it on me. I hope that you won't feel me tap. That's never happening, tapping, because I have something actually to fight for. Actually, that's my family.
I want to see this fight.
Principle to fight for. That's what I'm. And well, what if he actually does what he's saying? What if that would be interesting?
Come on, tough guy, Joe Rogan.
What do you have to fight for? You're fighting. I hope you're mad. You should choke me out. You know how to do that. You're trained. You're trained. You got a black belt. Black belt in jiu-jitsu. I hope you choke me out. And if you don't choke me out, these other limbs will be interesting. Should be very interesting. That's the PS. It's just, I already thought about my game plan. I don't have a plan. I'm not going to train. But I hope you've been training. And I'm ready whenever you're ready. If it's tomorrow, that will be great. Let's do it as soon as possible. If it's not tomorrow, then just whenever you're ready. Yeah. This is actually happening. And just remember on the backside, this is good. It's fun.
Yeah.
Fun.
I want it.
It'll be like...
I want to see this fight.
A real fight. No, shame on you, bro. Shame on you. I'm going to make you pay.
Shame on you, Joe Rogan.
And what you pay will be donated to Good and True. So that's how barbarians bleed. The message.
Are you telling me Joe Rogan was scared of that man? I don't believe it. Joe, fight Liver King. Joe Rogan, I dare you to fight Liver King. One, your comedy career completely over. You fighting Liver King would be the funniest fucking thing. That's a whole new level of comedy. Like, think about it, Joe. I am begging you. Joe Rogan, fight the Liver King. I want it. I want to see it. Pay-per-view is all but dead. All you have nowadays is Jake Paul fighting washed up MMA and boxing legends. This is another level. It takes both of your passions and brings it to the pinnacle. Joe Rogan versus Liver King is the pinnacle of MMA and comedy, and we can all die happy if we get that fight. I'd pay for it. I'd pay $50. I put my money on it. Joe Rogan, make it happen.
Because Joe Rogan, we don't have to make videos to pretend anymore. All of this is happening. We're coming to you. I've challenged you man to man to a fight.
Go away. I don't want to go to the next one.
Or anything and everything.
Fucking I hate Twitter.
Rogan, we don't have to make videos to pretend anymore. All of this is happening. We're coming to you. I've challenged you man to man to a fight. Honorable. And we don't have to pretend or make any videos. The world is watching. They'll make the videos for us. And you don't have to hold a camera. You can hold the hand of somebody that you love, because what happens next to you, you're going to
hold the hand of someone you love.
Something more than what you did to give you something to fight for, because I have my family to fight for. And I'll die for them, you know that.
What did Joe Rogan do to the Liver King?
You've never come across something like this, willing to die, hoping that you'll choke me out. I pray to God, because that's a dream come true. It feels good. And then the limbs
feels real good
for my family. So limb. Go ahead. But then you have to contend with something else. And I weigh 177 pounds, an actual savage. And so at first you're like, fuck that guy. And right when you all of a sudden he did get your attention, which I already did before this. You're saying, I'm going to choke that motherfucker, that piece of fucking shit. I'm going to choke him out. That's what warriors do. You and Andrew Tate are good warriors. But
fight Andrew Tate too.
We have comedy that you do is good and true. We have real tension. But what I see in you,
good and true, great and powerful.
Comedy is good and true. Touch points. How people laugh if we don't make fun of them at their expense. They laugh. You should all make fun of me. You should all make fun of me at my expense. Trust me.
We do.
It still works, and then you should get paid for it. And let's go. Because we're leaving. We're going to Austin. What was my very last point?
that we're going to kick Joe Rogan's ass?
The real G said it. It's my speech. Justin Fitz.
Did Joe Rogan say something about him on his show? Did Joe Rogan mock the Liver King? Because it seems like it's personal.
Say city councilman who, of course, has endorsed Mamdani. But, you know, one thing...
We're expecting Zohran Mamdani to speak. He has won, all but officially won, the Democratic primary for the New York City mayoral race.
Coming out. And, you know, when I asked somebody
it's all math from here.
Who works on the campaign, they say, look, I mean, people were excited for this campaign as opposed to Andrew Cuomo, where, and of course this is coming out of the mouths of Mamdani supporters, you know, as opposed to Andrew Cuomo, where a lot of money was spent on behalf of this campaign, but they might not have had the same type of enthusiasm on the ground.
A lot of money,
so
not a lot of supporters.
You're on a rooftop there, right? You're out there in the open air. It's pretty hot from what we see on our weather ticker. It's over 90 degrees.
It's pretty hot. There's a bit of a breeze. You know, New York won. We got our own spot right close to the edge. Not too close, though, because actually the campaign was worried about the overcrowding on this rooftop and possible safety concerns. But don't worry, we're safe. And it is pretty hot. They've got some fans going, but I've got to say, the people behind me, they said that they would come out no matter.
When is the primary in the Minneapolis mayor's race?
Hopefully I'm not sweating too much on air for you.
Guys, please feel free to inform me.
Over to the bar. They may have some ice over there for you. Thanks.
If you've got interesting races, your district you want us to spotlight.
This is
if you've been with me for a while, you know when we get to election season, I'm pretty good about getting around to the debates of
going on here. One of them, of course,
what we can actually watch.
The county organizations who failed to deliver for their guy, Andrew Cuomo.
Was this, I think both can be true at the same time, where was this
We've watched every Senate debate for the last
because of sexual harassment
3-4 years.
Is it the end of a political dynasty? Is this a victory for the Me Too movement? I mean, there's so many different ways to look at this race, but you also have to give a lot of credit to Zohran Mamdani.
I think not every Senate debate.
Communicating with
one of every Senate races debate.
The hearts, the minds, the movement.
There are times that they conflicted, and
Queens and
well, we already watched this one last week, so we'll watch this one.
Before, and we should take a look closer at them to see if those trends.
We watched at least one debate from every Senate race.
This is a very historic.
The last 3-4 years.
We were talking in the control room just a short time.
I try to highlight the.
Can you recall a bigger upset? And I was like, oh, what about Scott Stringer?
Congressional races, but thanks to gerrymandering, there's not a lot.
Who up until
the races with name recognition are usually not competitive.
New York City, and
the competitive ones are
$25
usually like in
the business community, from Trump supporters
like
to Michael
suburbs
Bloomberg,
of big cities and people you've never heard of.
Massive super PAC that had historic amounts of money, unprecedented amounts of money being poured into this campaign, not only to prop up Andrew Cuomo, but to tear down Zohran Mamdani. We talked about those advertisements.
Tear down indeed, and it didn't work. How did that work out for you, Cuomo?
Potentially, you know, whether
God damn it, Smokey.
Islamophobic, whether they darkened his beard, that didn't matter. There were clearly hundreds of thousands of New Yorkers in Brooklyn and elsewhere who are so jazzed and excited about this particular candidate, who really think are offering concrete solutions to the problems facing New Yorkers. It is clear that this campaign was not a dark message of Andrew Cuomo and about crime and scary things happening in New York City, but it was about
just underhanded, sleazy shit.
The direction of their city moving forward.
And
I think back
yet Mamdani had to go on to Colbert and answer for anti-Semitism that he's never done.
Those of us who live in New York City,
meanwhile, like Cuomo is darkening his skin and
picture that even the New York Times
increasing his beard,
something that may not be that familiar to a lot of people. There are crime numbers. There are serious problems facing New York City. There is a mental health crisis.
Cuomo sounded really defeated, and
people experiencing homelessness.
Is there now a chance that Cuomo doesn't even run in the general? I honestly just don't see it happening, but
vision that
man, that would be awesome.
Putting out there was clearly resonating.
Okay. Let's go back to Zohran Mamdani's campaign headquarters, where he is, I believe Bernadette has Ali Najmi, the election attorney, a very prominent activist in his own right there.
That's right, Errol. I've got Ali Najmi with me, who you're the numbers guy. Tell us a little bit about what you and the campaign were looking at.
The Mamdani campaign.
To victory.
I'm expecting Mamdani to speak anytime now.
Well, I'm the attorney. There's a lot smarter number guys in this campaign, but one thing that this campaign...
He has won the race, but it won't be official until next week.
People who don't regularly vote in this primary, I think the percentage of zero prime voters in early vote was 25%. I think that carried through in this election.
Cuomo has conceded to Zohran Mamdani.
Inspired new voters to come to this election.
How were you able to target people that had not come out to vote? Were these people that were not registered as... Oh,
no Cuomo.
Everybody's watching New York 1 right now, or else they're cheering for him. But how did you... Were you able to convince people to sign up to register as Democrats, or were these Democrats...
One of his dad's campaign slogans, and apparently Andrew Cuomo is the one that came up with it.
These are...
was vote Cuomo, not the homo.
Alienated. This has been a 10-year project.
That should tell you what kind of a family he is.
10 years we've been working on this project.
What kind of a character Andrew Cuomo has.
Bring them to the table, and we want to thank everybody who voted in this election.
So who are these voters that you say were forgotten about? Talk to me about... Zohran Mamdani would be the first Asian and African... Or no, first Asian mayor, correct? He's
Mario? Nah, I'm more of a Luigi guy.
Asian vote and bringing that out, the historical significance of this.
Oh, Holiday, that didn't backfire, what was it, 30 years ago?
In 2021.
I'm also the co-founder of the Muslim Democrat Club in New York.
40 years ago? God.
Of the Muslim Democrat Club in New York. The Muslim American community of New York City has played a pivotal role in this campaign from its inception to Election Day, and a lot of those new voters are Muslim voters.
And if Mamdani is elected, he would be the first Muslim mayor of New York City.
Oh, no. It was his dad's campaign. Andrew came up with that on his dad's campaign. Probably the 80s, I think.
Just look at 9/11, right? And the way the Muslim community was treated after 9/11.
So, 80s, AIDS crisis, you get the picture.
The election result shows New York City loves Muslims.
And I do believe it did work.
Loves everybody in New York City.
Now, the criticism also about Mamdani's position on Israel, the way he's talked about certain phrases that have been described as very hurtful to the Jewish community. Andrew Cuomo's campaign and Whitney Tilson's campaign, two of the opponents, were...
Oh, Whitey Tilson.
...that were criticizing Mamdani. What do you make of Mamdani's statements? Did that resonate with voters? And also, how should he continue to talk about this issue over the next couple of weeks and months?
Thank you, DJ Dub. I'm probably going to
falsified, manipulated,
clip Liver King and Joe Rogan right after I get off here.
And let me tell you, starting tomorrow,
that might give me some traction.
Every significant member of the Jewish community, every rabbi, everybody, he is going to be a mayor for all New Yorkers, including Jewish New Yorkers.
What's the plan now? Like you just said, starting tomorrow.
Unless I watch it and I'm slurring my words and shit because I'm tired, I'm high.
You'll be facing Eric Adams, who is the incumbent.
I'm so hungry, I got a headache coming on.
He is the opposite of Zohran Mamdani when it comes to most policies. And actually, when Adams was asked about this,
Mamdani just keeps me waiting.
He said he welcomed. He knows what Mamdani stands for. Do you think that how do you think that the Adams team is thinking right now, and what's your strategy to take him on?
I want Eric Adams and his entire campaign to understand this. You are not ready for us.
How come? What's the ground game?
We have the best candidate, the most compelling candidate.
I remember doing something about him.
All over the place.
And I played a video of him eating raw liver.
Of America, and those.
But I feel like there was some controversy that went with it because they're,
Capitalism. Previously, he's had the statements that were pro-defund the police.
Has to be something newsworthy for me to cover it.
Separate the DSA's policy agenda.
That would have been 2022 or something like that.
Two different things. He is a member of DSA. He's inspired by DSA. DSA helped us in this victory. They're our muscle. All the great volunteers are largely from DSA. But if you look at the Democratic nominee, Zohran Mamdani,
he's probably some kind of anti-vax nut or some shit.
Policies, they have a broad appeal to all New Yorkers.
But I can't remember.
From some of the other candidates on the Working Families Party slate, Brad Lander, Zellner Myrie. Do you think that any of those names would be welcome in a Mamdani administration?
Oh, I bet.
I think so. Absolutely. I don't want to speak about something I'm not authorized to speak about, but I'm sure that Zoran Mamdani has a plan for who's going to be in his cabinet, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see those names in that cabinet.
All right, thank you so much.
I would assume the only reason that Brad Lander wouldn't be in Mamdani's cabinet is if he had higher political aspirations.
For the past 10 years, and again, just describing some of the dynamics.
What was this scene too much?
This race and some
That's what I'm saying. Like, Lander is a shoe-in unless he's got something else cooking.
Notable Bernadette, and
Because I would like to see more of him.
there that they plan to reach out to Jewish organizations all around the city starting tomorrow.
Right, of course, especially because, Errol, this past week and last week, Mamdani was criticized for utilizing some phrases that are deemed as hurtful to the Jewish community. And it's also a topic that Andrew Cuomo and Whitney Tilson have continued to...
Deemed hurtful to the Jewish community. What bullshit.
That received millions of dollars to spend pushing Cuomo's campaign and against Mamdani's campaign. Really, we're hinging on...
Intifada sounds like a scary word.
Tonight that we're looking at, it appears that Mamdani's broader message, perhaps, which is what the campaign was trying to, make the argument about all along. They said, listen, we might have a message on Israel, but look at what our plan is on affordability, on housing, and those are the things that are speaking to New Yorkers, and that's also the narrative that the campaign is trying to continue to push forward, which arguably is less divisive than weighing into Middle East politics.
Absolutely. Okay, thanks very much, Bernadette. Let's check in with Ayanna Harry. She's been covering Andrew Cuomo's campaign tonight, and she's still there at that.
I feel like it was somebody on Majority Report. Might have been Matt, might have been Sam. Said like it was like
Errol,
them going on.
And the real question tonight is whether
Colbert last night was to try to get out ahead of it.
Political.
Colbert seemed contentious, but maybe that's what the Mamdani campaign wanted.
At times could be
as a way to like
Andrew Cuomo took a very different
play offense on what is seen as his weakness.
As a concession,
looking at it as somebody that might be
spoke about
like maybe that's what he wanted Colbert to do to him.
He said it's Zoran's night and he deserved it. Here's a bit more from Andrew Cuomo's speech.
Tonight was not our night. Tonight was Assemblyman.
Oh yeah, DJ Dub. I had a woman tell me that isn't it sad that babies in Israel have to sleep in bomb shelters? And I'm like, what?
Come out and vote.
Like one, first of all, they would be sleeping in bomb shelters if their country wasn't, bombing every country around it.
I applaud him sincerely for his effort, and let's give him a round of applause. And
then, you don't care about the tens of thousands of, I think now confirmed hundreds of thousands of children that Israel has killed in Gaza and the West Bank.
Night, but ended as a pretty somber night here in the West Village. Cuomo campaign tells
it's hypocrisy, if you ask me.
Analyze all of the numbers once
why is an Israeli child
whether or not
and their comfort so much more important than a Palestinian child?
I'm hearing from my sources inside the campaign, it's sounding pretty unlikely that Andrew Cuomo will continue to run in November.
Really?
We'll have to wait and see. No final decision has been made yet, and I've been talking about
Mamdani beat him so badly
high-profile
that he isn't even going to run in November.
About people who 4 years ago called him to resign, and
now that does change the dynamic of the general election and makes it more likely that Mamdani wins.
With those people, will they, if Andrew Cuomo doesn't run in November, will they in turn support Eric Adams and his campaign? Could Andrew Cuomo, if he steps out of this race, give new life to Eric Adams and his independent bid for City Hall? That's some of the talk that I heard around the room this evening as folks all filed out. And still, people thinking about beginning to process what happened during this campaign, whether or not Andrew Cuomo had the level of visibility that really needed to help him, or did in some ways the campaign treat his win as inevitable until the last few days, really. We saw folks from
they did seem to kind of treat it as inevitable.
Canvassing, going back months, Errol, I recall.
He thought he was entitled to it. Fucking prick.
Queens and the bishop asking me, who is this Zohran Mamdani guy that I keep hearing about? And we're beginning to hear from within the Cuomo campaign some acknowledgement that, you know, they perhaps were not out there with the kind of visibility that they could have had over the last few months. Largely, we saw Andrew Cuomo speaking on Sunday mornings at churches, but really not spending time going out at subway stations and other places to really get his message across.
Well, Mamdani was on the ground. He had a large team of volunteers. He knocked on a shit ton of doors, and it paid off. You can still do retail politics.
His speech, and he left the stage with this close group of supporters. The people in this room filed out, but again, I can think about so many people who endorsed him, from Congressman Adriano Espaillat to Rodneyce Bershot.
Alvin Bragg, reelected DA.
Those people, they were not in this room tonight, so perhaps
won the Democratic primary, so virtually a reelected DA. Remember, this is just the primary. This is the Democratic primary. You still have the general, but for a lot of these races,
in the studio, we see
this is the only race because
it looks like
very blue stronghold.
Zohran Mamdani's headquarters. Brad Lander just arrived, one of his rivals. They had a cross-endorsement arrangement, and he was greeted with
Lander looks really happy.
Hands in the air. People very glad to see him, and he seems to be giving an interview there right now.
Yep, and I can see his campaign manager. I can see another Democratic consultant from the de Blasio administration era, and then I also saw Cynthia Nixon, who we know has been posting on Instagram and other social media for people to not rank.
I wouldn't care to see more Cynthia Nixon.
Gubernatorial primary, where she obviously challenged the governor at the time. I think I got about 34% of the vote to Andrew Cuomo's 66% of the vote. So you can see, to me, I look at this party, and this is a working families party now. This is a working families party, actually. And
yes,
they are celebrating. We were talking earlier about how Andrew Cuomo tried to destroy the Working Families Party a number of years ago. There's
he did.
Signatures that these third parties need to acquire in a governor's race in order to keep their ballot line, and he increased the number of signatures that you needed, trying to basically kill the Working Families Party. And tonight, you know, they are clearly, is this payback? I'm not sure, but it certainly looks like it for them.
Well,
Karma, bitch.
Even beyond that, I mean, it looks in a lot of ways like Andrew Cuomo was sort of an organizing principle that a lot of different people really turned their campaign.
I'm doing my best to stick it out for you guys.
Very striking in the
watch this Mamdani speech, because this
apparently 100,000.
This could be historic. This could be, you know, we're looking back on this 10 years from now,
every
15 years from now,
or whatever it was, on black radio.
This man's like a nominee for a Senate
what you may not
presidential race
about Andrew Cuomo, and then boom, 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 attack after attack after attack.
And Brad
like you boom, boom down,
which I think they spent about $300K on, didn't even mention Brad Lander by name until the very end, where it said paid for by Brad Lander. It was simply just an attack ad against Andrew Cuomo. I think we saw, going from the cross endorsement of Zohran Mamdani and Brad Lander that occurred about 2 weeks or so ago, to the final 2 weeks of the campaign, that the left, we've been talking about this for months, is would the left coalesce? How would they strategize with ranked choice voting? We saw that a little bit in 2021 when Andrew Yang ended up endorsing Catherine Garcia, which clearly helped her in 2021, not to overtake Eric Adams, but helped her get in that second place position and set 7,000 votes away from taking Eric Adams, the mayoralty, from him. And clearly, I think we haven't seen the ranked choice voting simulation just yet, but I think in the final weeks of the campaign, we clearly saw the left coalesce on a cohesive message, which was, no matter what you feel about the rest of the field, whoever you decide to rank, just don't put Andrew Cuomo on your ballot.
Right, and what's interesting is that this sort of coalescing was among people who were elected.
Check this guy out with his shirt buttoned down.
They know how to buy ads.
That mustache. Oh, he's fucking, he knows I see him.
And there was a certain amount of that was really very notable, because all
he looks like my kind of people.
Elected officials, right? Brad Lander.
Look at this dude's hat.
Adrienne Adams, you know, had a very emotional.
Oh, he's got an awesome beard too.
He was basically devoted to attacking Andrew Cuomo. So he inspired.
This looks like a crowd of people I'd be friends with.
Energy, and in some cases vitriol. And in the end, I guess it all worked to Zohran Mamdani's advantage.
Absolutely. His unfavorables going into this race, Andrew Cuomo's unfavorables, were north of 50%. And that was clearly what did him in, is that, you know, he had a certain
he is not a likable person.
Thought that he
I don't know how he got elected governor, to be completely honest with you.
You know, things on his agenda that he was able to accomplishments or progressive accomplishments that he
has the charisma.
You know, increasing the minimum wage, same-sex marriage. There's
I don't even have a proper
the LaGuardia
analogy.
Airport. There's certainly a lot of that Andrew Cuomo did.
Sure.
But clearly, the damage his career did, the sexual harassment scandal, clearly COVID.
Fill in the blank with your
his
own.
leadership over COVID. It
Your own
meant
adjective.
voters were never, well, not never, but were certainly couldn't get over those particular aspects of his career.
Right. And Bobby Kuza, I won't ask you to pull up a bunch of numbers, but I'd like some analysis if you don't mind. I mean, this in a lot of ways was about the past versus the future, right? I mean, Andrew Cuomo can claim to be a lot of things, but he can't claim to be a fresh new face on the scene for Democratic politics.
Right, and I mean, I think the problem was he presented that as a strength, right? The fact that he's been around for a long time, he has the experience and pointed to what he has
done with the old type of politics. We need a new type of politics.
To what he will do, what he wants
it.
to do, was more of a forward-looking vision, and in the end, I guess that's what ended up winning out. I mean, I was thinking for months.
I'm probably smoking
it
copium.
seemed like Andrew Cuomo was going to get into this race, and it was clear that he would have a lot of support. I was wondering whether once people were reminded of his past controversies, whether that was, you know, immediately going to put a dent in his numbers, that people would remember.
I don't know how he wasn't like a completely toxic brand.
And realize
I don't know how he garnered 36%.
In City Hall. That did not happen.
That 36% of the vote that voted were, what the fuck is wrong with you people?
Officials
seriously
calling for Andrew Cuomo to step down as governor. Just
did he pay you to do it?
Now,
did he threaten you?
Not opposing him running for the mayor of New York City, but actually endorsing him to run for mayor in many of those cases. So I was waiting for that mood to sort of shift, and it didn't happen at first. But it seems like it happened just in the last few weeks when people really started to pay attention to this race. I mean, now looking back over the past few months, there was this air of inevitability around Andrew Cuomo. But maybe one of the things we didn't really account for was the number of undecided voters. It seemed like those voters...
And how pissed off people are at the status quo.
But in the end, it seems that those undecided voters almost entirely went to Zohran Mamdani because they were people who were looking for something else. So I think you're right. There are two very different visions. One very much forward-looking. One, in a lot of ways, was sort of backward-looking. And I think we saw that generational divide, right? I mean, we saw this again and again with poll numbers. We saw voters under 45 or under 50 supported Zohran Mamdani by something like 2-1. Then we saw older voters overwhelmingly going to Andrew Cuomo. So we saw, you know, we were all waiting to see on Election Day.
The weather may have very well depressed the vote of the older voters.
New voters, people who were either newly registered or were voting for the first time. And it'll take a while to figure out, you know, how the numbers shake out, how many of these were new voters, or whether it was just that, you know, voting patterns had shifted compared to 2021. But clearly there was something happening here, whether it was just the way when people were deciding to vote, whether it was, you know, again, a shift in voting patterns, or whether these were new people that he managed to activate in a way that hadn't been done before. And so he was really able to achieve something tonight that none of us were expecting. I mean, we've been telling people for the last few days, and including earlier tonight, we weren't going to know a winner by the end of the night. We were sort of conditioning people to be prepared for this idea that things were going to be...
No, you're just wrong.
We're going to have to wait until next Tuesday when the ranked choice tabulation would be run to know who was going to emerge as the winner in this race. And even though Zohran Mamdani is not at 50%, he's still 6.5 points short of 50%. At this point, there is really no denying the fact that he is going to be the Democratic nominee for mayor.
For viewers who may be joining us for the first time, we are going to hear from Zohran Mamdani in just a few minutes, and of course we'll bring that to you live. Right now I'm talking with our Bobby Kuza and with Courtney Gross about what all of this means as we try and piece this together, and looking on social media, I've already seen there are some national Democrats. I think Dan Pfeiffer was one of them. There are people who have run national campaigns who are saying, look, this is a national issue. What the Democratic Party stands for, who gets involved, whose voices are heard, whether or not young people need more of a prominent voice, whether or not the old guard needs to step out the way. All of these questions are now on the table.
I mean, we obviously saw that with the campaign just last year with Joe Biden. There was not enthusiasm around the candidacy of Joe Biden, and there's a reason why Donald Trump is in the White House right now, is because the Democratic Party continues to go kind of with the old guard. I mean, we saw that Bernie Sanders was obviously incredibly popular with so many people in previous primaries, but never was able to get over the hurdle of actually becoming the nominee. Zohran Mamdani is endorsed by Bernie Sanders. Does the Democratic Party all of a sudden throw out and the paper and, you know, tear it up and say, okay, we need to
no, they're gonna have to be dragged kicking and screaming.
Of the Democratic Party.
They're not gonna like all of a sudden notice that this is the way the political winds are going. No, they're gonna have to be dragged, drugged, kicking and screaming.
Agenda, which is obviously very similar to Zohran Mamdani's.
Yeah, I mean, he seems to be
by force, probably.
Coalition of sorts, and again, people are
going to have to forcefully take over the party.
Drawing maps, looking at the data, looking at the assembly districts. Jacob Kornbluh, who's a prominent journalist who focuses on the Orthodox community, says that Zohran Mamdani did very, very well in Midwood, down there in an Orthodox community, and so
in the Jewish community,
we're going to see, but young people.
Weird how the attacks of anti-Semitism didn't seem to work.
A little bit of bravado, but he said, speaking to the sitting mayor, Eric Adams, he says, you're not ready for us.
Or it's just about the message. Mamdani had a clear message, and instead of running on a campaign that was potentially would have worked for Andrew Cuomo in 2021 when crime was at the forefront of many people's minds, Mamdani came to the table, came to this campaign trail with a very cohesive, simple message. Freeze the rent. Universal child care. These were items that people said, oh, I want that. And a lot of people could contend, and I'm sure we're going to hear this in the general election narrative, that these are empty promises and that he wants to raise taxes, including the corporate tax rate and taxes on millionaires that is going to be a non-starter in Albany. But it was a message that people understood. It was sellable, cohesive. You could name very quickly, you could say, what was Brad Lander running on?
Sure.
Well, he wanted to end homelessness. The primary tenet of his campaign was ending mental health homelessness for people on the subway, which is a mouthful and not necessarily something that anyone is going to remember. Right. What is Zohran Mamdani running for? Right. Freeze the rent.
Well, that's right. And his very first ad was him jumping into the beach. I think he's in the water. I think the beach at Coney Island with a three-piece suit on, saying, "I'm freezing the rent." Very sort of cutesy stuff there. And
cutesy stuff.
When we see Zohran Mamdani say, I've got a mandate to move forward. You've looked at the numbers, you've looked at the maps. Is that justified? To say that at least I'm a leader of the Democratic Party in New York City?
Yeah, I mean, certainly more so than if we had seen the kind of scenario play out tonight that I think maybe a lot of us were expecting to play out, which is that we would see a very close race, right? And maybe we would see Andrew Cuomo with a 2-point lead, a 4-point lead, but it would be up in the air which way it was going to go. And then maybe a week from now, maybe Zohran Mamdani ends up in the lead. He ends up overtaking Andrew Cuomo once all the ranked choice votes are redistributed. That would have been a very
Mamdani waiting for like more of the vote.
Not have been able to claim
if he gets over mandate. That could be it.
I think he can plausibly claim now.
I don't know that he could hit 50%. I don't think
he was that much supposed to win or even really be close to winning in the first place. And we looked at the borough breakdown. I mean, he did better. I think we're going to, find once we look more closely at the numbers that he probably
he'd have to get like 100% of the outstanding vote
in the city. So that's the reason we are having these conversations about and what this says about the direction of the Democratic Party writ large, because it was such a resounding victory. I think if this had been a narrower victory or a narrower victory that only came to fruition a week from now when they ran the ranked choice tabulation, I think we would be having a different sort of conversation. But the people have not only spoken, they have spoken loudly. I mean, this is a resounding victory for for Zohran Mamdani. And again, not one that I think any of us were really predicting before 9 o'clock tonight.
I was.
Let's go back to Bernadette Hogan at Zohran Mamdani campaign headquarters.
Not this much of a win.
Lander there. Go ahead, Bern.
Hey there, Earl. So I'm right now with City Comptroller Brad Lander, who earlier spoke at his own watch party, who also ranked Zohran Mamdani on his
I figured he was winning.
Talk to me about
2 or 3 points.
about your race, and as
I think it was going to be 7.
to come out and speak to supporters.
Yeah, I mean, this is an incredible night for New York.
Give or take a little.
The people are so hungry for a more hopeful vision of the city. Rejecting Andrew Cuomo, electing Zohran. I feel really proud of the race that we ran, and especially the ways in which our cross endorsement helped unleash a kind of, I don't know, team sport politics that says rather than just like one person's selfish vision, it could be a hopeful vision for the future of the city.
So
yes.
Your candidacy, your campaign.
And I like you. I want you more in politics.
And you have been in the city council. You've been.
I think you'd make an excellent congressman.
I think that maybe your experience helped do a little bit of math to assist with his own, 2-term assembly tenure.
I mean, look, Zohran Mamdani ran an incredible campaign. Let's give him the props for what he did tonight.
Absolutely.
And I was proud to partner with him in the cross endorsement, which was a way of saying you can bring together that progressive vision and the experience and build something together that has a chance to really make this a city all New Yorkers can afford.
What do you think has to be done now over the next couple of weeks? We have Eric Adams, who's on the independent line. You work intimately with him and often criticizing him as a city comptroller. What's some advice that you have for Mamdani the next couple of weeks?
Well, look, this is a resounding victory, and that helps a lot getting ready for the general, because obviously he needs to bring people together to consolidate the Democratic Party. I hope the Labor
Fartlow
Cuomo will quickly sign on. And
I know nothing else about that woman other than they call her Eve Fartlow. No idea who she is.
Democrats will come.
No idea what.
Win in November, and then help him govern come January.
There's been a lot of analysis.
Nothing. That's all I know about her. She's Eve Fartlow.
Mamdani himself has said, listen.
And please, DJ Dub, I like to keep it that way. I like it that I know nothing else about her other than Eve Fartlow.
You say, or if any, would you place on the party?
I'm assuming she earned the nickname.
I suppose.
This was such a campaign between a hopeful vision of the future and a sort of dark, sour politics of the past. And people said, we want that vision of the future. We want someone who will fight. I think in many ways, the line isn't between progressives and moderates. It's between fighters and folders. And Zohran showed project a hopeful vision, bring people together around it. Now we got to win in the fall so that he can deliver it as mayor.
Now, you were one of 2 Jewish candidates.
Oh my God!
The past 2 weeks,
I saw a free parking sign. I thought it said free Palestine. The Jews are tired.
Very painful for both sides, have come up, and you yourself disagreed with.
So I was right in selecting my voice there.
Are there any lessons that he can learn from this now as he is preparing to run a more, I suppose, it's for the general election, so more of a general election, how he can maybe change or alter his outreach to Jewish voters? What would you tell him to do?
I mean, it's important for a mayor to bring New Yorkers together across lines of difference.
Come on, Zohran. I'm trying so hard.
7th and right now in general, these are tough issues, and I do feel them personally, but I believe with a real...
I'm hungry.
With a commitment to keep Jews safe and Muslims safe and all New Yorkers safe, this is an opportunity for New York to lead the way, and I'm looking forward to helping him build those bridges, show that he'll keep Jewish New Yorkers safe, and that he'll bring all New Yorkers together.
So you're the top money manager for the city. So you have dealt intimately also with Albany. He is an Albany State Assemblyman. Governor Kathy Hochul has already said some of his proposals, his largest one,
Governor
on the wealthy, would be dead on arrival. How do you think Mamdani's policies to change change, housing and affordability will be successful. All these promises, right? Fast and free buses. Again, just the tax issue. A lot of this has to do with state.
Israel is saying that
You really aren't.
Iran's nuclear program has not been obliterated. The ceasefire apparently holding for now. It was about 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning when they violated it last night.
Their rights under rent stabilization or under good cause eviction protection, upzoning, as he said that he wants to do to build more houses.
It is like the middle of the night there right now.
Things that will take more resources for Albany. I joked that the winner of this campaign months ago was New Yorkers United for Childcare, who are running a statewide campaign to win more resources in Albany that are absolutely necessary in order to expand childcare. But that's a win-win-win. And so I hope the legislature and the governor will think what a great opportunity to expand childcare.
I've already checked it out. If I have to bail, I'm going to send you over to Amy because she's watching this.
Can be a winning issue for
covering this election.
And just lastly, is he going to hire you? Are you going to join his city hall?
I mean, he's got a mandate for change.
He'll be out of a job, so.
It's going to take.
I'm trying my best.
Then I'm here to help however I can.
City Comptroller Brad Lander, thank you so much for joining us.
I checked Dave. He's watching the Shasta County. I'm not gonna submit you guys.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So
subject you to it.
from Brad Lander, who was at his own watch party trying to clinch the Democratic nomination. Instead, now he is at Zoran Mamdani's campaign, where he did cross-endorse in the race, and no promises yet if he will join him in City Hall should Mamdani end up being successful in the final counting of ballots. But again, we're waiting for Mamdani to come out here in Queens.
Okay, we will be standing by. Thank you very much for that, Bern. And Courtney, the transition period, you know,
we've been expecting Mamdani to address supporters soon for like
that Mamdani and the
over an hour now.
About it tonight, going into tomorrow. Questions about his assembly seat, all kinds of questions are now on the table.
Yeah, I mean, they need to start thinking about November.
I would really like to see this.
A victory lap, and as they should, you know, this is a clearly, I don't know if we can say unprecedented, but certainly showing how much grassroots support and what kind of movement and organization they had throughout the entire city, and the volunteers and the door knocking. I mean, they proved themselves to be quite the political organization, but this is not it. And, you know, we don't want to poo-poo his victory and you know, allow him to take the lap. You know, there's so many items, part of his agenda or part of him as a person that we haven't even talked about. And we've generally, you know, the first Muslim major candidate to win a Democratic Party nomination. I mean, that is huge for the hundreds of thousands of Muslims here in New York City, the South Asian population, such a huge victory from them. But this is not a guarantee. Eric Adams, I was just...
But also, like, you call him a Muslim and you call him an Asian, like...
Twitter feed.
I just look at him as, you know, he's just a dude.
Talking about he is the one with the record. He's the one that's doing the jobs. He's the one, or doing the job. He's the one that's gotten jobs up and crime down, and he's expected to have a kickoff rally sometime this week where we get to know which ballot line he runs
seems like a cool dude. Seems like somebody I'd be friends with.
Real race, and
you could have a beer with him.
Because you get a real contrast in these candidates. Curtis Sliwa, the Republican nominee, is also out there tweeting about how you shouldn't have a radical in City Hall. I mean, these narratives are going
Says the stupid radical.
So what you're saying is, with less money than Andrew Cuomo had, they're going to repeat the same messaging and expect it to work.
I don't know. We have to wait and see. I mean, we were on before with our political panel, and Stu Lozer, who is the press secretary for Mike Bloomberg for a number of years and obviously tied in with the business community, was telling me just...
Adams has strong support in the black community in New York City. You cannot discount him. But I think it becomes a lot harder for Adams to win without Cuomo in the race.
Phone calls, I wasn't on them, but there was so much money poured into Andrew Cuomo. We don't know specifically whether Andrew Cuomo will continue on through November. I mean, the statement that his campaign released tonight is saying that he has already qualified for the November ballot. So we'll see if he ends up mounting some sort of campaign. But there's tons of money out there that is going to be directed at someone. And who's it going to be directed at?
Yeah, well, I mean, one would hope, Bobby, because of that.
Possibly Eric Adams.
Have their money support something, be in favor of something, as opposed to attacking all the time.
Yes.
Because as we just learned tonight, it doesn't really work.
Right. I mean, you look at...
Well, it has worked.
You know, Courtney, you've been looking at this closely. Just the spending that was going in to fix the city, this outside group, super PAC, whatever you want to call it, that was pouring money into these ads just over the past couple of weeks, you know, basically assaulting Zoran Mamdani. And in the end, I don't know what that money bought. I mean, did that make any marginal difference in the final vote count? It certainly didn't seem to help.
Might have been a detriment.
Cuomo much, considering the fact that he underperformed pretty much everyone's expectations in this race. So
he might have done a better job if, like, he hadn't reminded everybody of
election and the way that
who he is. He should have ran the Biden campaign, the basement campaign.
They had more money to spend,
and just hope people recognized his name when they went to vote.
He's in debt.
And they weren't sick of him already.
Of money that he has to pay back before he can even start to amass the kind of campaign war chest that he's going to need to run an effective race in November. And then, you know, what is Zohran Mamdani? He's probably going to have an easier time raising money for the general election than he did raising money for the primary. And we know he was able to raise money at a historic pace in the primary. So, I mean, all indicators are pointing in the right direction for Zohran Mamdani. It seems that everything that was thrown against him just didn't manage to stick. None of those attack lines seemed to work. Really, in the end, I mean, in hindsight, it seems like he ran a perfectly effective campaign. I mean, I can't look back and see that there were any missteps in the Zohran Mamdani campaign that's really set him back at all.
You know, while you're there, as we're waiting for Zohran Mamdani to give a speech, and we'll bring that to you live when it comes up, let's look at some numbers. What can you show us of the city council races that we've been following throughout the night?
Yeah, I mean, I was saying earlier, we didn't really see a lot of upsets tonight. We didn't see a lot of incumbent council members who were unseated or at least knocked off in the primary, which we do see occasionally. I mean, it's not typical to see a lot of incumbent council members or incumbent lawmakers on any level of government, quite frankly, lose their jobs. I mean, it does happen occasionally, but we thought that there might be some tough races tonight. And if we want to kind of begin to draw a narrative from this, we saw that there were a lot of more left-leaning progressive council makers affiliated with the DSA, with the Democratic Socialists of America, who might have been in trouble because they were facing challenges from the right, from more moderate candidates. I mean, we saw this in City Council District 1, which I don't think we've really taken a look at tonight, but this is Christopher Marte, who had a few challengers in his race. We thought this could potentially be close. He ended up winning by, 25 points in this race. This will still go to ranked choice, but clearly he's going to emerge as the winner in that race. And, you know, I'm thinking of a couple other races earlier. We mentioned Shahana Hanif in Brooklyn in District 39. This is Brownstone, Brooklyn, Carroll Gardens, Park Slope, Windsor Terrace. She was facing a challenge from a woman named Maya Kornberg, and it seemed like it was going to be an issue in this race that Shahana Hanif had these very vocal pro-Palestinian opinions, and, you know, she had really spent a lot of time on activist causes that people thought were taking away from constituent services, making her ineffective as a city lawmaker. And then she ends up winning this race by 43 points. So it turned out she wasn't really in trouble at all. And then I think it was a really similar story that played out in District 38 in Brooklyn. This is Red Hook and Sunset Park. This is Alexa Aviles. She had a challenge from a much more moderate Democrat, Ling Yi, and it was thought that she might be in trouble. And here again, I mean, look at the split here. This is, what, 44 points. So none of these candidates, left-leaning candidates that we thought might be in trouble, ended up in trouble at all. And in many cases, they ended up winning by landslides. And all of those men we talked about earlier trying to make political comebacks, Anthony Weiner certainly failed in his attempt. We didn't talk about Reuben Wills, former city council member who was actually running for his old seat in Adrian Adams' district, Council Speaker Adrian Adams' district. He finished a distant fourth, I believe. I don't think we've actually looked at this race either. Reuben Wills down here, finishing fourth with 14%. In this race, Fernando Cabrera, also trying to make a political comeback in the Bronx. He fell well short in his race as well. So, you know, I don't think we saw moderate Democrats making any gains, which was kind of a sense that people maybe had given what we saw back in November.
I hate eating on stream, but I'm fucking
across
starving.
The city make this rightward shift in the presidential election. That has not materialized tonight.
Could you take a look at District 8 in Manhattan? That was the East Harlem seat where, because of term limits, there was going to be a vacancy. And I remember there was a pretty crowded race. It included Raymond Santana, one of the exonerated 5, and somebody who was trying to follow in the footsteps of one of his fellow exoneree. How did that race turn out?
Raymond Santana. This race got a lot of attention because of Raymond Santana. He was trying to join Yusuf Salaam, a fellow member of the exonerated Central Park 5. Yusuf Salaam was elected to the council 2 years ago in an adjacent district, actually, but Raymond Santana never really caught a lot of traction in this race. He jumped in kind of late to this race. Didn't manage to raise a lot of money. He'd also really hadn't moved back to New York City until recently. So Raymond Santana ended up pretty far down the board, 4th place. Elsie Encarnacion ended up in 1st place in this race. She was actually chief of staff to Diana Ayala, who is the outgoing council member. She was term limited out of office. This could be another one that could maybe get shaken up a little bit in the ranked choice process. But right now, Encarnacion looks like she has a pretty comfortable lead here. She had a lot of institutional support from electeds, from unions, from advocacy groups. But Raymond Santana falling well short in this one. A lot of candidates in this one. This was a pretty hard-fought, crowded race, which we saw in a lot of these open seats across the board.
Okay, and so, Courtney, when we see the new government assemble in January, all eyes will be on what happens on the west side of City Hall, but the City Council will also be a place where there's going to be change afoot, right? They're going to need a new City Council speaker, for one thing.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see what happens with the women majority. I mean, that was one of the things that Adrienne Adams talks a lot about on the campaign trail, is that she became the first female black speaker of the city council. In addition, she is leading a women majority city council for the first time in its history. So I know, it's late, it's about midnight. We're still going to have to crunch the numbers, obviously, through this Democratic primary and obviously through the ranked choice, and we'll see where the new council goes. I mean, if Zoran Mamdani at the top of the ticket is an indicator of anything, and one might consider or think that this is a backlash, obviously, to the presidential election last year. We thought that maybe people would tick more moderate and people would go with an Andrew Cuomo, who is talking about crime and trying to bring New York City back to the center. But if voters are turning out for Zoran Mamdani and electing Zoran Mamdani, then what will the rest of the ticket, what will the down ballot races look like? What will the right side, not the left side of City Hall, end up looking like? And my bet is that it's going to be probably pretty progressive, in which it already has been incredibly progressive as it stands already. I mean, they've had many clashes, this city council, with the other side of City Hall in the form of Mayor Eric Adams, whether it's over policing legislation, legislation to have solitary or to ban solitary confinement in New York City jails, and whether you should increase the number of housing vouchers for homeless families. And those have all been clashes that we've seen with this city council and this particular mayor.
Right. And, it also bears mentioning that there are going to be a lot of pressing issues that land on the desk of both the next mayor and the next council. I'm thinking of the takeover of Rikers Island.
Absolutely.
The receivership that has never happened before. Nobody knows exactly what it's going to look like, but it's going to be something, front and center on day one.
Yeah, so we are waiting, obviously, to get a recommendation from the judge. There will be the parties, this judge came out with this monumental decision, having the decision to appoint a receiver to oversee New York City jails. It's only happened about a dozen other times in this country, and we're really in, you can't say entirely uncharted territory, because it's happened in other areas like California, for instance, but certainly in New York City, it's uncharted, and we don't know what that's going to look like. There will continue to be a commissioner at the city's Department of Correction, but come August, there's going to be recommendations in federal court about who this federal receiver should be, who will be appointed by the judge, and who will be in charge and have control of Rikers Island. Not only will that person be in charge of Rikers Island, but there's obviously a plan on the table. Rikers Island is supposed to close in August of 2027, and even in our debate, that was hosted on a couple of weeks ago, all of the candidates acknowledged on that stage that that deadline is not going to be met. So the next mayor will not only have to deal with the receiver and that tricky balancing act of allowing a receiver to basically run Rikers Island, but also put in place how you're going to close it. Because these jails, the borough-based jails that have been billions of dollars in city contracts to build. They're not going to be done until 2030, 2031, potentially 2032.
You know, and Bobby, it strikes me that in some ways Donald Trump was not absent from this race, right? We saw it in the debates that we held. We saw it in a lot of the council races. Everyone was saying we have to Trump-proof New York City. We have to fight back. We have to figure this out. That really probably skewed who was energized, who wanted to come out, and who ultimately voted and gave us the outcomes that we saw today.
Yeah, I mean, I think in some ways you could see the results as a reaction to the Trump effect. But, you know, I'm thinking specifically about the Mamdani race, and he did not make Donald Trump front and center, right? I mean, he stuck to economic issues, to cost of living issues. He didn't make this about White House policy. Now, it varied by race and varied by office. I mean, I'm also thinking about the city comptroller's race, and that is a position where you're dealing with the city's finances, you're dealing with potentially huge cuts in federal money flowing to New York City, and so that's going to be a primary concern as part of your job description. So we heard Justin Brannon and Mark Levine both making that front and center in their campaigns, how they were going to fight back against the Trump administration as they attacked New York City. And then, of course, in the mayor's race, you know, you saw this conversation about who was going to be best equipped to stand up to Donald Trump. I mean, that was, you know, one of the arguments we heard from Andrew Cuomo. He was the one who was going to stand up to Trump. You remember that in the debate, of course, on New York One a couple of weeks ago, Andrew Cuomo said, or maybe it was in the earlier debate when he first sort of was confronted by the other candidates on the same stage, and he said of Zohran Mamdani, Donald Trump is going to cut through him like a hot knife through butter. He was basically saying that, you know, he wasn't built to stand up to Trump. And so that was part of the dialogue during the mayoral race, but it wasn't something that we heard Mamdani really zero in on. And so I wonder if maybe that was part of the appeal of his message, that it was so narrowly focused on affordability and cost of living and people's economic concerns, that, you know, that idea of being able to stand up to Trump, even though polls have shown that that's something that they want out of their mayor, it wasn't something that he really made the focus of his campaign. And of course, in the general election, that's going to be part of the conversation again because of this sort of unique place that Eric Adams occupies right now, where the perception, at least, is that, you know, he is basically in thrall to the Trump administration because they managed to engineer the federal corruption case against him being dropped. And so there's a feeling that, if anything, Eric Adams is sort of collaborating with the Trump administration. And so we could see that.
Sox just threw up and then went straight to his food bowl.
Right side of your screen, folks, is the campaign manager for the Zohran Mamdani campaign. When the candidate comes up, we will bring that to you live. I see they have a teleprompter there, suggesting that they're going to be speaking to more than just the handful of people there on the roof. This will be a speech beamed out, I think, to a national audience, it's safe to say. We're hearing from
we're watching it
from a lot of different sources, Courtney.
Yep. So we're just getting a tweet in or an X in, whatever we call it nowadays, from Governor Kathy Hochul, who we should note did not weigh in on the race. There was some speculation behind the scenes that she had encouraged Adrienne Adams to run, but there was never any clear confirmation. She never went out and backed Adrienne Adams for this race, but she's tweeting tonight, quote, "Today, voters made their voices heard, demanding a more affordable, more livable New York City. I hear them loud and clear. Zohran Mamdani built a formidable grassroots coalition, and I look forward to speaking with him in the days ahead about his ideas on how to ensure a safe, affordable, and livable New York City." And that just makes me think, you know, there were so many elected officials.
Hochul hedging her bets.
Andrew Cuomo. And, you know, in the beginning of the night, sure, State Senator John Liu was at the Mamdani party, and Brad Lander is at the Mamdani party, and Jumaane Williams at the Mamdani party, but there is a whole lot of elected officials who lined up, even though they called for Andrew Cuomo to resign several years ago. There were many, many, many of them who lined up behind him. Do they automatically
certainly look stupid now?
The Democratic nominee? We don't know as of this point.
If you were the county chair of Brooklyn, which Mamdani won, or Queens, which Mamdani won, or Manhattan, which Mamdani won, I'm trying to imagine the process by which those people would now turn around and say, you know, sorry, we're not with you.
There's hundreds of thousands of people who clearly said Mamdani is our candidate. We want him to be the Democratic nominee. Do you go with him? In addition to all the elected officials who you can say maybe wouldn't make that much of a difference considering they clearly didn't do anything for Andrew Cuomo. But 32 BJ, massive union, $11.99.
32 BJs.
Teamsters, 237.
Andrew Cuomo locked up so much of the union support here in New York City. What does this say about their ability to organize nowadays? Their ability to knock on
Also,
doors?
curious who brought me like a stand-up
HTC.
It's right over there.
Unions, in addition, that
kind of rearranged the air conditioner and turned its fan up a little bit, and it's
HTC, the hotel.
actually not bad in here.
These are unions that backed Eric Adams in 2021.
I was not pouring sweat during the stream. I appreciate it so much.
Perhaps they are free and clear to do so. We'll see.
Also had that really tasty
They're gonna have to make a choice.
Sonic
right?
slush.
What often happened in this case because, like, look,
which was refreshing.
A lot of the leaders of these county organizations and of these unions have been embarrassed, right? That they were not able to deliver. They were not able to deliver their members. They were not able to deliver the party. They were not able to deliver the endorsement or make the endorsement successful. They're going to have to do a cleanup mission, and that might.
So hopefully I can get some sleep tonight. I won't be hot and sober.
Probable winner and saying, "Hey,
we'll be cool and stoned."
Or let's let bygones be bygones, and let's make something new going forward. And then, of course, there were a lot of unions that stood on the sidelines for all of his talk about law and order. Andrew Cuomo did not have law enforcement unions support.
No, that's right. The PBA stayed out. In addition,
also, I forgot.
Teachers, you know, there used to be 5.
As I was checking my schedule last night, I kept remembering, like, I thought I had something to do this weekend. I thought I had something to do this weekend.
BJ, $11.99.
Checking my schedule to confirm with Globus.
Union.
I might not be able to do classic wrestling because I'm going to see Jim Jeffries.
Stay on the sidelines completely. I wouldn't expect Mamdani to be all of a sudden be getting the PBA support.
Let's go to Mamdani headquarters.
Here we go.
Where Nydia Velasquez is about to speak.
Oh, okay. Not Mamdani.
We want to hear
sound frequency.
So thank you so much. I am just so
cool name
of all of you for the work.
How are you, my friend? Welcome in.
To get to this
We're here like I'm not usually on this late. We're waiting for Zohran Mamdani to give his victory speech after a resounding defeat of Andrew Cuomo.
Hello, Long Island City. What a night. This campaign has shocked the world.
Kinda.
But everyone in this room knew we were going to do it.
I mean, I was confident.
You believed in this movement when the pundits said it couldn't be done. You knocked on doors.
I'm glad you're along for the ride, DJ Dub.
Talked to neighbors, and tonight.
I don't want to have rated out and this to have been like
history.
You know, Obama at the National Convention in 2004.
From every
I gotta find that hard to believe. I don't really hate people.
A simple, powerful idea.
I hate stupid fucks. But it's more like I hate the stupidity as opposed to like actually hating the stupid fucks.
Not just the wealthy, not just the well-connected. Everyone.
But you know what, my friend? If you say I hate you, let's bury the hatchet.
Rents, crumbling.
Water under the bridge. Let's light one up, tip one back together, and we'll do a fresh start.
Hanging on, and he gave us something real.
What do you say to that? Welcome in.
There is not special formula here. It's about listening to our people, to our community, and putting together a vision for the future of this city. You know what? The billionaires are watching this.
I love you too, friend. You get a titty slap.
And they are going to spend everything they got to stop Zoran. Why? Because they know that this country...
She is correct. The big money is going to pump as much as they can into this race to defeat Zoran. Probably pumping it behind Eric Adams now.
We celebrate.
Maybe JoJo Siwa, for all I know, but he seems a little...
We got back to work.
Well, nutso.
We are going...
I like that Mark Levin guy.
More doors. We are going to organize in every borough. We are going to turn this people power victory into a movement that takes us all the way to City Hall. And together, we are going to elect Zoran as the next mayor of New York and change our city forever. But this is the thing. The city has changed. Zoran
War has changed.
knew it. Other candidates didn't see it. And that is why we are here celebrating this incredible moment. God bless you all.
So, my name is Tish James, and I come from... Is Brooklyn in the house?
Interesting.
Listen, if I can just have your attention just for 2 minutes, and then we're going to bring on the candidate. Just 2 minutes, and I'll be gone. Just listen. All throughout my public career, I have rejected the politics of fear.
I don't mind Tish James.
The politics of division.
Yeah, seriously, DJ.
The bias of low expectations. And Zoran, all throughout this campaign.
I would say her next step is governor. It's usually the path, attorney general, governor.
On his message. He wasn't concerned about the money. It was all about the power of the message, the power of his word. And so I saw in my beloved Brooklyn and all throughout this city that this campaign was fueled. It was fueled by the power of people.
People power.
For change in this city. People who heard his message. And we all came together. And I want those who are listening, who came to me, who called me, who texted me.
Now, to be clear, she was just at the Adrian Adams watch party.
I want all of you to know.
What, we saw her an hour and a half ago, 2 hours ago?
It is over. We will all come together. We will heal this city. And I want
So this is a awesome sign that
you need to understand that Zoran is
establishment figures are coalescing around Zoran.
The primary is now over. It's over. And tonight...
Oh, and that's why Adrian Adams was being coy earlier.
A resounding...
Because Tish didn't actually endorse her specifically.
His critic said that he should wait his turn. His critics said that he didn't have the experience. His critics said that he didn't have the right name. Well, now all of them know his goddamn name.
Ah, shit. We cuss in politics now. I fucking love it.
What's his
You could be right, DJ Dub.
What's his name? 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 What's his name?
She good.
Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the Democratic nominee for the city of New York, Zohran Mamdani.
I love seeing all the Cuomo supporters deflated, seeing the energy here tonight. This fucking worth it. This has been a bright spot in a pretty dark last year in politics. Because it's about this time last year that shit started getting weird. Because the debate would have been right around this time. The first debate with Joe Biden and then the assassination attempt. All that fucking crazy shit.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Democratic candidate for mayor of New York City.
Thank you, my friends. Tonight, we made history. In the words of Nelson Mandela, it always seems impossible until it is done. My friends, we have done it. I will be your Democratic nominee for the mayor of New York City.
I don't live in New York City, but this is definitely a sign of what the party is going to be doing in the future.
I spoke with Andrew Cuomo about the need to bring this city together as he called me to concede the race. And I want to thank Brad Lander.
They're a good couple. I'd watch them in a buddy comedy. Look at the smiles.
Who did exactly that. Together we have shown the power of the politics of the future. One of partnership and of sincerity.
The Democratic Party can use more of that kind of shit.
Today, 8 months after launching this campaign.
But this isn't really the Democratic Party now, is it?
New Yorker could afford.
This is the Working Families Party.
We have won. We have won from Harlem to Bay Ridge. We have won from Jackson Heights to Port Richmond. We have won from Maspeth to Chinatown. We have won because New Yorkers have stood up for a city they can afford. A city where they can do more than just struggle. One where those who toil in the night can enjoy the fruits of their labor in the day. Where hard work is repaid with a stable life. Where 8 hours on the factory floor or behind the wheel of a cab is enough to pay the mortgage. It is enough to keep the lights on. It is enough to send your kid to school. Where rent-stabilized apartments are actually stabilized. Where buses are fast and free. Where childcare doesn't cost more than CUNY. And where public safety keeps us truly safe. And it's where the mayor will use their power to reject Donald Trump's fascism. To stop masked ICE agents from deporting our neighbors. And to govern our city as a model for the Democratic Party. A party where we fight for working people with no apology. A life of dignity should not be reserved for a fortunate few. It should be one that city government guarantees for each and every New Yorker. If this campaign has demonstrated anything to the world, it is that our dreams can become reality. Dreaming demands hope. And when I think of hope, I think of the unprecedented coalition of New Yorkers that we have built. For this is not my victory. This is ours. It is the victory of the Bangladeshi auntie who knocked on door after door until her feet throbbed and her knuckles ached. It is the victory of the 18-year-old who voted in their first ever election. And it is the victory of the Gambian uncle who finally saw himself and his struggle in a campaign for the city that he calls home. Dreaming demands solidarity. And when I look out at this room and out onto the midnight skyline, that is what I see. Canvas launches that continued in the pouring rain. Children who called parents. Strangers who
Molly, welcome
will
in.
never meet. A New York that believes in each other and in itself. This is solidarity, and it defines our victory. And above all, dreaming demands work. Last Friday night, as the sun began to drop in the sky, I set off on a 13-mile walk from the northernmost tip of Manhattan to the base of the island.
Raiders were live.
We began in Inwood.
Zoran Mamdani
Neighbors set out dominoes on the sidewalk.
has won the Democratic nomination for the New York mayoral race.
For most people, the time for work was over. But this is New York, where the work never ends. Waiters carried plates on 181st Street. Conductors drove the subways that rattled high above 125th. And world-class musicians tuned instruments as we passed Lincoln Square. By the time we made it downtown, a crowd marched behind us, a living embodiment of the energy and purpose that defines this campaign. Still, long past midnight, New York worked. Garbage trucks weaved through empty streets. Fishmongers carried in tomorrow's wares. And when we finally arrived at the Battery at 2:20 a.m. in the morning, The workers who run the Staten Island ferry were on the job too.
Let's light one up, tip one back for Zoran, and for Mary Molly for giving us the raid.
Each of these New Yorkers carried a dream with them that night as they labored. Just as each of us dreams of a New York that is more hopeful and affordable for all. And we have worked hard for our dream. This has been a historically contentious race. One that has filled our airwaves with millions in smears
Can't leave
and
yet.
slander. I hope now that this primary has come to an end, I can introduce myself once more.
You stayed this long. Wait till he wraps up.
Not as you've seen me in a 30-second ad or in a mailer in your mailbox, but as how I will lead as your mayor. I will be the mayor for every New Yorker. Whether you voted for me, for Governor Cuomo,
Well, Griggs, it worked.
too disillusioned by a long, broken political system to vote at all.
We got Democratic Socialist as the
City that works
Democratic nominee for mayor.
that is affordable for you, that is safe for you. I will work to be a mayor you will be proud to call your own. I cannot promise that you will always agree with me, but I will never hide from you. If you are hurting, I will try to heal. If you feel misunderstood, I will strive to understand. Your concerns will always be mine, and I will put your hopes before my own. And I know that those hopes extend beyond our 5 boroughs. There are millions of New Yorkers who have strong feelings about what happens overseas. I am one of them. And while I will not abandon my beliefs or my commitments, grounded in a demand for equality, for humanity, for all those who walk this earth, you have my word to reach further, to understand the perspectives of those with whom I disagree, and to wrestle deeply with those disagreements. Let me close with this. In these dark times, I know that it is harder than ever to keep faith in our democracy.
That's something hard for you.
It has been attacked by billionaires and their big spending, by elected officials who care more about self-enrichment than the public trust, and by authoritarian leaders who rule through fear. But above all, our democracy has been attacked from within. For too long, New Yorkers have strained to find a leader who represents us, who puts us first. And we have been betrayed time and again. After so many disappointments, the heart hardens. Belief becomes elusive. And when we no longer believe in our democracy, it only becomes easier for people like Donald Trump to convince us of his worth. For billionaires to convince us that they must always lead. As FDR said, democracy has disappeared in several other great nations. Not because the people disliked democracy, but because they had grown tired of unemployment and insecurity, of seeing their children hungry while they sat helpless in the face of government confusion and weakness. In desperation, they chose to sacrifice liberty in the hope of getting something to eat. New York, if we have made one thing clear over these past months, it is that we need not choose between the two. We can be free and we can be fed. We can demand what we deserve. And together we have built a movement where everyday New Yorkers recognize themselves in our vision of democracy. Every new voter registered, that is faith renewed. Every voter who traveled through withering heat to the polls, that is faith renewed. And every New Yorker who sees solutions to the daily challenges they face in this campaign, that is faith renewed. Together, New York, we have renewed our democracy. We have given our city permission to believe again. And I pledge to you that we will remake this great city, not in my image, but in the image of every New Yorker who has only known struggle. In our New York, the power belongs to the people. And as I thank the people that are here with me today, and as I thank the incredible leaders who have long fought for those people, who are here across this crowd and across these 5 boroughs and standing next to me in the Attorney General of this state, in the public advocate of this city, in our Congresswoman, Nydia Velasquez, in our Controller, Brad Lander, and in every single person who believed in this campaign long before it was easy to do so. And you believed when it was difficult. We dreamt in the night, and we are now building in the dawn. That new day, the one that we have yearned for, the one that we have struggled for, the one that we have knocked for, have texted for, have called for, the one that we have obsessed over. That new day is finally here, my friends. And it is here because you have delivered it. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. And as I thank you, I must thank those who brought me into this world. I must thank my mother and my father, Mira and Mahmoud, and I must thank and I must thank my incredible wife, Rama Duaji. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now let us lead this city into one that is affordable for each and every New Yorker.
You have it, the Democratic mayoral candidate. Grix, I don't know that I have it in me to make a counter argument to all your bullshit. I mean, you can't just expect one person to change things. We're literally in this situation because a bunch of fucking boomer-ass motherfuckers that don't understand the way the world works grew up the Cold War time period with their Red Scare bullshit, or in power still. That's literally our problem. So voting does actually, work. You just gotta, do enough of it. It really is true. Is New York a popular city or something? I've never heard of it tonight. Good one. His name is Zoran Mamdani. I'm really tired right now. I've been on stream for like 5 hours. I was tired before I got on. Zoran Mamdani. There we go. I got it correct. But people see politics as like something separate from them. People treat the Democrats as something that is supposed to operate by some moral principles that they've reflected on it, when in reality it's just a coalition of people. And there's perverse incentives, right? It's the story of the snakes and is it Bombay or whatever? They had a snake problem. So they put out a bounty on snakes. And they figured people start killing the snakes and turning over the skins for the bounty. But they come find out it increased more snakes. Why is there more snakes? It's because people started breeding snakes to turn in for the bounty, and it didn't do anything about the snake problem. So it had a perverse incentive. And that's what capitalism is. It's just a perverse incentive. It literally, the answer to fixing it is enough people standing up against it. No, Joe Biden was fundamentally changing by design. That was what Joe Biden was elected to do. He was elected to break the progressive movement. That's why the movement has to be stronger. Zoran Mamdani is part of the Working Families Party, not necessarily a Democrat. Perhaps the Democrats in 20 years will be a thing of the past. The brand is toxic. So perhaps in 20 years will be Working Families Party, and I think that would be splendid. Boycotts work too. Here I have your animal video for you. I can't leave you without that. I put a potato in the oven whenever I went off camera and got my potato chips and shit. So I can have dinner shortly. Maybe it's that they ate each other's shit. Fucking. What's 100% toxic? Baked potatoes? No, baked potatoes are amazing. I love this video. I've shown it before, but like, Britney Spears is toxic. Please, if you guys give my Pride Month playlist a listen, let me know what you think. I like that Curious's review of it is like, that is really gay. He's like, yeah, that's exactly what I was going for. I didn't expect the monkey to win. I believe he let the cat go. I think he had him. Look at his little shirt and pants. Who dressed the monkey up like that? He wants to go play with some other. He's gonna whoop that kid's ass. So like, I just got done with that cat. I'm gonna go whoop this kid's ass. You want some? He's stretching him. The cat tries to get him in his guard. Gave him a little bite. Now the monkey is got him in a lateral there. Cat takes him down, starts biting the head. Monkey don't know what to do. He's not a monkey, is he? It's something else. It's got another name. Monkeys seem to be going for like an arm bar. But totally a demon? No, that's the cutest little. It's a chimpuchin or something. But I think maybe that's it. That is a monkey. Is that what that little dude is? They're supposed to be like really intelligent. Like you can train them to do things. Like he's wearing clothes. Come on. He's wrestling the cat. That's exactly. If I had that monkey, that's exactly what I'd teach it to do. I'd teach it to wrestle the cats. Because that'd be entertaining. Like I wouldn't be able to stop. I'd just be calling commentary on the cat monkey fight all the time. Smokey would hate it. He hates to be bothered unless he wants to be like right now. Like unless he wants to be up here like I mean, he is a little dude. That's what I have hooked up with women that I've been like, God damn, you're so small. I don't know what you're talking about, Sound Frequency. But I'll give you a titty slap for it.
A titty slap!
Come on, now.
I mean, I probably am pretty wild, to be honest with you. I mean, my name is JustinFREAKIN. It pretty well, tells you what you're getting, right? He's biting his back leg. Cats hate that too. Because I do that. I'll bite their back leg. I get really mad about it. I want to know what you think is wild about us. I strive for quality content. I'm sad we had to We had to skip some stuff tonight. We watched that semi truck explode though. That was fucking crazy. Seriously, he wants to eat that kid. Twitch people. Looks like I'm gonna send you to go watch a movie, maybe? I don't know what the fuck he's watching. I'm gonna send you over to Jason Society, my homie. Go ahead, light one up, tip one back. It's alright to have a little fun before you hit the sack. I'm JustinFREAKIN. We'll see you tomorrow night on the Troll Patrol. Live.